Ocean leech. What the fuck is your problem? Ocean leech. Shut the fuck up. Ocean leech. Hello, chat. My mom's here. Well, not here on stream, but like, my mom's here in the room next to me. Mama Orca is really... She's having a good time. She's well. I'm happy. Oh, also... Oh my god, chat. My tweet? Oh, genius. Sometimes I don't know what I do with all this genius inside of me. I'm just so smart. Tweet? Yeah, the live tweet of today. That is in Discord as well. Sometimes I'm just so bright. Sometimes my genius just scares me, you know? Such words, I know. Ah, oh, beautiful. If it wasn't for the numbers in the word, it would look like a Polish name. Polish people have crazy names. Yeah, they have. Like crazy. I don't know any of them out of my head. I would be impressed if I did, but yeah, Polish people have crazy names. They're like really long, and to the untrained eye, it looks like someone just smashed a keyboard. Wait, why are always muted? I don't get it. Eh? Eh? Huh? Huh? Honk. 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 Grado! Very true and political. I know! Crazy, isn't it? Thanks for the live notification on my furniture is floating.
What is this stray hair doing on stream?
I'm a boo-boo. I'm a singular boo-boo. Why am I a boob? Bashes, thank you for tier 3. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Why would I think it's weird that they're sleeping better when watching my streams? Wait. Why would that be weird? Am I weird? Is this supposed to be weird? Is that... No, that's like leaving the TV on or anything. Why is that weird? That's like sleeping with the TV on. Or like putting on a talk show or a podcast or some shit and just falling asleep. Why is that weird? Like, everyone who does that when watching TV is also weird. Everyone who sleeps with music on or anything like that, all weird. Everyone's weird if that's the case. You weird.
I just
Exactly.
checked your live tweet. I don't what I expected, to be honest. Anyway, how did Mom Orca think about your new music vid?
She loves it. She's probably responsible for like at least 90% of the views. Minimum. Minimum. Hello, Nico. Minimum. Yeah. Yeah. Based mom. She's so happy and so proud. I'm gonna buy her headphones. I gave her my headphones for the night because I'm watching TV and I have like these noise cancelling headphones. I gave them to her and she was like, "Wait, this is so good," because apparently she has headphones herself, but she doesn't like them. Kira, thank you for tier 3. Apparently she has like a GBL headphones or something like that, but they're like hella noise cancelling. And she doesn't like wearing them a lot because sometimes she's also scared to wear them because then she can't hear traffic and other stuff. So I gave her like my Apple headphones, like, what are they called? I forgot what they're called. AirPods Pro Max or some shit like that. I gave her those because, you know, she's like in the Apple thing. She cursed me. She was like, she's like, "Lily, I fucking hate you. Because of you, I literally can't undo this Apple bullshit anymore." Remember when I got her like the MacBook because she really needed a new laptop? And I was like, well, she isn't getting younger. She needs something that's easy to use, you know, easy user face, usability. You can't really fuck anything up with it. Something that's just like hardy and it's a brick, you know, like something that's you just can't make anything wrong with it. And because of that, she's now in the Apple system and like the Apple ecosystem, and she's cursing me for like trapping her into it because every time she sees something nice, she wants to get it, but then she's like, ugh, it's not made by Apple. And then she looks up the equivalent that Apple made, and then she's like, ugh, that costs like way too much money. If you want the brick, check out the thought book. Oh, what's that? I mean, brick as in it's sturdy, as in sorry, I don't know how to describe it best, but brick as in she can't fuck it up. Like, have you ever tried to fuck over a brick? It doesn't work. Like you can't do anything wrong. You just put brick down, you can kick brick down the stairs, you can drop brick, you can submerge brick in water. Brick is brick. You can't break brick easily. It's a laptop for road workers. Yeah, I didn't mean that kind of brick as in like it's big and annoying and bulky and heavy. Like I wanted to be the exact opposite actually. I hate the Apple mic that charge at the bottom. Oh, me too. But at the same time, I'm like, well, you only have to charge them for like 15 minutes every like 6 months. So I'm like, whatever, bro. I hate them too. I think the charging design is stupid, but having to charge them only once for 15 minutes every few months, it's like, I think I can deal with it. I think I can live with it. The mouse was a mistake, I agree, but I'm like, ugh. It isn't as handicapping as I thought. But my mom doesn't use the mouse, she just uses the trackpad. Yeah, if you really need it for some reason, and this is your only choice for whatever reason, then it's alright, because you only have to charge it like once every 4 to 6 months for like 15 minutes. Then it's good. The trackpad? Bro, the trackpad on like the MacBook is so good. Like, I still cannot believe that the trackpad isn't mechanical. It's nutty. Like, when you press down the trackpad, the haptic feedback, I shit you not, it's the exact same. I didn't even know it wasn't mechanical until I was told that this is just haptic feedback. I'm like, no way. What do you mean there's no clicky mechanism? But it's clicky. What do you mean it's just haptic feedback? That's crazy. Yeah, it's insane. That blew my mind. I'm like, no way, this is not a mechanical trackpad. No way, this is just haptic feedback. No, it's not mechanical. That's the issue. It's not mechanical. I like the click. Well, it does click though. Well, that's the thing. I shit you not, if you use it, you cannot tell that it isn't a mechanical trackpad. It clicks for you. The haptic feedback is, it clicks for you. It does the clicky for you. It mimics the click. And like, I couldn't tell. I still can't. But I know it's just haptic feedback. But like, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. Mine doesn't have strong haptic feedback. I need to make it strong. Oh yeah, maybe make it stronger. It has multiple settings. Like you can make the haptic feedback, like the clicky, stronger or weaker. Dude, I fully agree. Haptic tag is on a good path. I fully agree. I feel like haptic feedback is the like technology that needs to be done and advanced for like the virtual world. It's so important. Haptic feedback, it's crazy. Imagine if so. Imagine where haptic feedback could be in a few years. It'd be nuts. That'd be so cool. You could be like fully submerged in VR and like feel like you're drowning. Oh wait, that's the void. Wait, chat. Wait, it's the void. I'm sorry. We splashed. We emerged into the void. We have emerged. I'm so sorry. We have emerged into the void. I'll fix it. Just give me a moment. I'll fix it. I can't see. I got you. Pull out. That's what he said. Okay, I'm fixing. There we go. Okay. Oh, good. We back. We have our cozy place back. He took my phone. Oh, this is your phone? This is yours? Oh shit, my bad. Well, it's mine now, bitch. It don't say your name anywhere on here. It's got a shrimpy on it, but well, it's mine now. Unlucky. You're not getting your phone back. Cat in background. There's two actually. There's one sleeping right here. Beep beep. Beep beep. Wait. I'll make it more obvious. Hold up. There's one here. Beep beep. Beep beep. And then there's one occasionally over here. Beep beep. Not right now. It's empty now. But if you check here, there will be a cat sometimes. Then we have a foxy. Beep beep. Right here. And sometimes we have a little beep beep surprise over here too. Sometimes. Also, I have bad news. I bit my lip really badly, and it's hard to talk and move my mouth properly. So I think the tracking will be looking really bad today because I had a little lip accident and it now hurts. How'd you manage that? I don't know. I just had like a spasm and I just bit my lip. I just spasm and I just like the back of my lip. Oh, there he is. Beep beep. Look. Beep beep. Hee. No, it didn't bleed as far as I know, but it's definitely been swelling up. Yeah, beep beeps heal my soul. Beep beep. Oh, also beep beep. Axolotl. We got the lotl. Oh, also I have. I'll post it in a bit. I finally got my confirmation out. Holy fucking shit, that took forever.
So, who's gonna tell her that there's a really funny typo in the schedule? Clueless.
Is there? Oh. Did I find it? I will probably never find the typo, whatever or wherever it is. 21st. Oh! Oh my god. Well, I wouldn't even call it a typo. It's just me changing the number without changing the... What is it called? But thank you for making me aware. Me? Typo? Yeah, I just changed the is it called the suffix? Is that what it's called when you put it behind the number? I thought suffix was only for words. But yeah, I don't know if I would call it a typo. That's just me changing the number without changing the suffix when changing the date. I just inserted a different number when changing the date. I forgot. I joined the suffix. Yeah, I had a suffix from the previous date and I forgot to change that with the next date. I yoinked it. Blame Buska? Nah, I made it. Bum, bum. So yeah, I can post a proper schedule. I can check it out. Beep beep. Oh. Hold up. Beep beep. That's a schedule. Yippee. Beep beep. That is. Can't wait to post it. I read it all. Now we have a proper schedule. There's one more thing I would like to do though. Just real quick.
Ahoy streamers. Or should I say, Alu? Or section 912J or 9JRD 902A, SDJTIU. You speak to my soul girl.
I'm glad. Well, I'm so glad. Okay, hold up. It's almost done. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Give me a second. I'm almost done. I am just updating the schedule. Fuck is that? Bloop. Yeah, this is better. This works better. Okay. Help with my schedule. Sometimes things just don't fucking work the way I want them to work. It's frustrating. I love the Miss RGB song. Hey! I'm so happy. Thank you. That makes me happy. Yippee!
Good afternoon, Lily. I hope you're having a fantastic day, donkeys.
I am! Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I can now save the schedule and upload the schedule. Maki, thank you! Oh, also, cheers! I have an expired Yakult. Let's go! Cheers! Expired. Listen, the expiration dates are merely suggestions. They are merely suggestions. Tell them the salami. Okay, the salami was different. Maggie, I'm so sorry. I did skip the sniffer. Thank you so much. The recommendations, chat. It's a recommendation. What does Miss RGB stand for? You know what? Unironically, my mom thought it stands for. Ironically, my mom thought it stands for colorful women because I'm straight, and then we have gay and bi and whatever they are. So my mom was like, "Oh, it's a song about colorful women because your friends are gay," and I'm like, "Oh, Miss LGB." That's so cute. So yeah, it's so cute. It's so cute. So it's basically Miss Gage. I'm gonna be honest. Chat, what does the song stand for? What does it stand for? I don't even know. Okay, people always question, like, they're like, okay, if you're straight, then how come you love women so much? And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, but I don't have a fragile sexuality. I can enjoy and appreciate beautiful women online and IRL without being gay. I can be like, whoa, she's beautiful. Wow, beautiful. I want her to smush my face into her breasticles. But I can do all that without being gay, you know? And don't you ever just see a nice cock and be like, wow, nice cock. But you're not gay. Just like, wow. I wish I had that inside me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Wow. Nice cock. You're wrong. cock, bro. Can I touch? It went so well, and then you had to ruin it. I hope you don't say wow, nice watch. I mean, sometimes I do. Depends. Like, I've seen some of my friends' coochies out there, and I'm like, bro, it's nice to finally see you, you know? Nice cock. Wanna touch tips? Hey, bro, nice coochie. Exactly. Well, either way, point stands. I do not have a fragile sexuality where... Oh! Beep beep! Look who it is! Look who it is! Goodbye. Anyways, I do not have a fragile sexuality. I can appreciate beautiful women.
Sword fight?
Uh-huh. Wanna fight my cock? I just remembered I followed you. My condolences, Beam Attack 6969. I am so sorry for your loss. Maybe you should clean up that follow list. It's not worth it. It's not. Unfollow while you still can. Quickly. I'm unfollowing and unsubbing. Hyper! Don't pretend you have a choice. Come on, man. Don't pretend you have a choice. I only got this app and it was only for you, Pookie. Oh my god! But well, you're so... You're so cute. What the fuck? See chat. This right there. And I say... And I say... And they say...
Chivalry.
And they say Chivalry is dead. And they say Chivalry is dead, bro. You are a lost cause. I didn't know how to fucking pronounce it. I know how to spell it, but I don't know how the fuck to pronounce it. I had the right idea in mind, but I wasn't sure. I was going to pronounce it the exact same, but I wasn't so sure because sometimes CH I feel like could be pronounced with like as like a hard K. So I was like, is it called Chivalry? No, it's Chivalry, right? Surely. I think. Yaki! Thank you for tier 3! Thank you. Yeah, it's like a soft CH. Yeah. I wasn't so sure. Oh my god, fucking Yammer's calling it! Listen! As a German, I always have to double question whether or not the CHs are Ks or whether the CHs are like soft sounds. It's confusing! Yeah! That's so Lily core. Nah, it's just you, bro. Fuck you, Yammers! Kaput! My language module. Kaput! Kaput, chat! Kaput! Craps, thank you so much for tier 3! Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's kaput, Jack. Kaput. Kaput ocean Oriole, yeah. Kaput watering pup. Watering puppy kaput. Just speak American. You're right. Her sentence kaput. I'm a big fan. Thank you, school. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kabood! Oh yeah, my mom was over. So she arrived yesterday, and of course, Germany, being the beautiful, developed, proud nation that it is, had all of her connections fucked up and too late. Great. So she arrived like 3 hours after she was supposed to arrive. Amazing. Good old classic Germany, you know? Oh my gosh, I'm so proud of my country. As is tradition, she was obviously too late. Perfection. Thank you, Germany. Very cool. I'm so glad the taxpayer monies are properly invested in all the right things. Like functioning and reliable infrastructure. So we can keep this planet green, you know? So we can save money and gas and pollution to use and utilize our flawless, beautiful, and functioning public transport. And proper dental care, don't even get me started, bro. Beautiful. So yeah, she arrived, obviously too late. That was to be expected. Oh, and also the app that she uses in Germany. Oh my god. Typical Germany. The app she uses for her public transport, it updates her with like her driving plan, right? Because as is tradition in Germany, when you take the train, but my mouth tracking is so bad. I'm so sorry, but my lip hurts so bad. I can't help it. My lip hurts so bad. It's so swollen. But obviously, as is tradition in Germany, there's an app for everything, as it should be. And the app informs you of the ever-changing... You can always rely that something has to change on your daily trips, especially on long trips. The app informed her of a train that will not be coming anytime soon, so she can grab a different connection. I forgot if the train was either just like way too late, like hours late, or if it was just like having a falling out. But it told her to get a different connection to get to her location. That connection that the app chose for her destination didn't even stop at her destination. If my mom just blindly followed this without thinking and double and triple checking, she would have just kept driving past her destination. She would see her destination and she would be like, wait a second. Wait a second. Something's off. Weird. Like, oh my god, it's crazy, bro. Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. GPS rerouting. Make U-turn and then U-turn. Perfect. Flawless. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nico! Nico! Thank you! And you... So you said you could not sing? I stand by what I said. Yes. Yeah. Hey, train conductor, can you do a U-turn real quick? You know, for me, real quick. I'm very glad people enjoyed the singing I did do in the music video, but in my opinion, it's very obvious. Like, with Bao following up right after me, who is the singer and who is a fucking amateur. Who is just there because fun. I think it's very obvious. It shows. But I'm happy and proud of the results as the amateur that I am. And, yeah. Stop it, Stinky! Lily voice so nice, she basically always sings. Let's go! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I forgot this, thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Mom, you put yourself down one more time and I'ma make you eat British food. For only 6 months of practice you fucking killed it. Stop comparing yourself and accept that we actually like your performance. Proud of you, stinklubbers.
Oh god. Now that's an Avengers level threat right there. That is we have reached Avengers level threats here. You are starting a war. That is chemical warfare. That's illegal, by the way. It's a little frowned upon, by the way. I mean, yeah, also, well... Actually, I didn't practice, but, well, I didn't practice. It just took a while to sort things out. I didn't practice for the song. I didn't take lessons or did any vocal practices or whatever. I just had to go. I had lines and I was told how to record them and I just did. And what took so long was basically the back and forth between like me realizing that no matter how hard I try, I simply can't do certain lines. It just doesn't sound good. And I basically just trade in some of those lines with my fellow Miss RGB singers. Yeah, basically. That's how it is. Yeah, it sounds like I'm bragging. Like, actually, I didn't practice. I mean, I don't know when to start practicing. I asked for practice. Like, I was on a call with Numi and Bao, and I was like, hey, help. And then I came to the call, and we did everything but that. We did everything but that. Bao was chomping away on her chippies, and Numi was like, you got this, girl. I believe in you. You sound great. You got this. And then these putas were like, teehee. Anyways, good luck recording. Bye. I love you. You got this.
Hey Lily, favorite SCP?
I have to figure this out still. I'll have to see. I don't know yet. There's still so many to discover. We're gonna discover so many more today, but from the ones I know so far, I would have to say the IKEA SCP or the Endless Bottle. I like those two so far. Those two are fun. I will not be able to remember the numbers. If people give me like SCP-467-2, I'll be like, yeah, sure. yeah. I completely remember what the fuck the SCP was about. Surely. Yeah. Of course. Halo! Thank you for the 5 gifted! Thank you. Yeah, the endless bottle was gross. But like, that's what makes it fun. It's just so... It's such a harmless little thing. And it's just... It's so gross. It was so bad that it's like, cool. Yeah, it made it more interesting that way. Just like how gross and
no practice and
disturbing
you
it was.
That. You fool, that helps our argument how you did wonderful.
Yeah, I figured this as well, but...
It's stuck in my head. Help
I
me,
feel like people... The only reason I said this is because I have this weird feeling people think I actually practice for like half a year, like lessons and whatnot, but that isn't the case. Because I have this weird feeling that people have this disappointment of sorts where they're like, Lily, no way, you did this for half a year just to never do it ever again. Like, I didn't practice. It just took half a year to finish it, but I didn't practice for half a year. Having the idea and then finishing it took like a year. But it also wasn't like everyday work. It was just like every couple days or weeks, we basically hop into the project and we are like figuring things out as we go. My practice was basically just redoing the same line. Probably, I would say on average, every line probably took me like easily 20 plus tries to record. This is the best I could do with each line. So I think each line took me minimum 20 tries. Except the only line that didn't was the like rap part thing. That one was just like a one try and done because, well, it's just me yapping. I'm just yapping, bro. Is it supposed to be a lot or a little? I'm gonna be honest, I don't fucking know. But it was a lot for me because it took hours. Like, every time I have a line I have to record, it probably would take me like minimum half an hour to an hour to just like get that line ready. Yeah. I probably spent a good like 10-ish hours just singing into this goddamn forsaken microphone just for a few seconds of accumulated singing to actually be usable. Yeah, the yapping, I guess yapping helps me rap. I don't know. That part was just like a one try and done. I was just doing a thing. I was a bit breathy, I would say. Like, I don't say like try connecting. It's like try connecting. Like that. And Buska was like, you know what? That's good. Let's use that. I'm like, oh, okay. Done. Ah, okay, cool. Alright. Usables, putting it lightly, is damn good. Well, you say that, but my experience was very different. You say these things, but in my experience, I was denied many of the lines I recorded because they simply weren't good enough to put in a video. The mixing wizard was like, Lily, what the fuck? How am I supposed to edit this? This is so bad. No offense, but you suck. And I just have to redo it, you know? He fucking did it though! Oh hell yeah, he fucking did it. Yeah, he actually did his fucking job, imagine. Imagine, he actually did his job. Finally, something we both suck at. Imagine not being self-taught for saying deathcore. He did the mixer. Oh my god, he did so well. He did so well. Yeah. Lillian rich from royalties now? I don't even think we make any money off the song. And if we make money, it should probably all go to Bao because she is the one that did pretty much everything. Yeah. Everything. Unban Bao. Yes, chat's on my side. That's why I look at the side, always. See, I'm looking over there. This is where you are. Aren't you right fucking there? Right there. Right here. Right here. Look. Right here. This is where you are. Right? Right here. Boop, boop. Unless you change the default settings, then maybe you're not over there. But yeah, you boop, boop. Right here. Boop, boop. There it is. Boop, boop. Yeah. I'm on mobile? Okay, well, unlucky. I wasn't considering mobile users. I was just kind of considering desktop users only. Yep, on mobile, I guess it's below. I'll just, hello, chat. How you doing down there? Hi. The shrimp detector? Yeah. My shrimp detector. Mobile users right now.
Hi, Miss RGB. 3 things I'm glad to have heard you sing. Yippee, and about your experience with DB, someone here could insert you into Dewey's meme saying I expect nothing, and I'm still let down. Finally, G in RGB is for gay. Have a nice day and night.
Apparently, according to my mom, my experience with DB. What's DB? Oh, the train. Oh, Deutsche. Ah, the trains. Deutsche Bahn. Ah, down back. No, it's DB is the German railway system. Railway system. Public transport, basically. Train. A railway. The railway. Oopsie. Railway. Railway makes sense. It just does. It just does. Did you fix some sassy posing for the model while I was gone? You know me. I like to change things up sometimes. I like to mess around a bit. You know, a few months of this, a few weeks of that, and a couple streams doing this. Basically, yeah. Oh. Singing on stage, me, with those two? I don't think you'll ever see me on the big stage to begin with. I do like the meet and greets, but I feel like that is as comfortable as I am doing any IRL things. Okay, coward! Fuck you! With peer pressure, anything is possible. Lip sync it! You can't even see my lips. IRL, that is. He ain't wrong. I don't like it. It's even better. No. No, 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 no. Peer pressure is a powerful thing. Look at Numi. Yeah, if only I could hide behind them, but they're fucking tiny, bro. They're like specks of dust. I should... Yes, yes! Oh my god, I can lip sync, but it's actually Buska singing. It's just a completely different voice. The voice of a man. And I'm lip syncing to it. Yeah. We're doing the SCPs soon. I was just saying hi to chat. It's been a day since I've seen you, man. It's been a day. Your voice about voice changer? I got you.
Is this better? Are you enjoying this? There you go. Perfection. Finally. Real voice.
Finally! Alright, that is voice reveal. You're welcome. Dude, I was in the zoo today. It was so fun. I can probably show you like... I have to show you at least one picture before we do anything. At least one. Hold up. Let me go grab it. Where is it? Here it is. Hold up.
Baby Orca real voice and tell Mama Orca I said hi.
I'll do, thank you. I'll do. It looks so funny. Look at it. I was taking a picture of a penguin. I was at the zoo. And I took pictures of penguins. And the penguin randomly decides that it is time to eat my camera. He just went to eat my camera. I was just taking a picture of a penguin. He was like, What a great picture this became, though. Technology. Look at his teeth in the back. Those are scary. 1,000 penguin bite marks, yeah. He's just a little hungry. I hate them so much. Yeah, this is such a good picture. He just ate my camera. He just went, nom. Right? That's so terrifying, their mouths. Data chips.
Zoo? Did you got yourself some tasty zebra food? The only reason somebody even go to the zoo these days, though.
Of course. I steal zebra's food. Fuck you, hey, it's mine now. Why is his mouth like a pussy, though? If your pussy has teeth like these, barbs facing inwards like these, I'd be... Look at those. Look at those!
Don't orcas eat penguins? Maybe he was teeing for old reversal.
Maybe he was. Maybe he's like, well, I'm gonna be eaten either way, so maybe I can eat her first. Do not. That's so scary. The look in his eyes. He was ready. Reminds me of the tumor that can... Oh my god. Yes, tumors can grow teeth. I forgot. That's so weird. Do not the evil hole. They can, yeah. Tumors are crazy. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they can even develop like fingernails and hair and shit like that. It's weird, bro. I don't think they function. I think they just grow things. A tumor isn't eating with its teeth. It does not make like a mouth, but it can just grow those things because, well, it's just fucked up DNA that's your DNA. A teratoma. I'm pretty sure they sustain themselves just through your body. Yeah, I can have a lot of things. If you develop a tumor, is that just guaranteed to be cancer? I don't think so. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, a tumor doesn't always have to be bad. It could just be fucked up DNA. It just grows. Because, well, we always grow new cells and, like, shed, like, old stuff and replace it with new stuff. So, not every growth, which is considered a tumor, has to be bad. But they can turn bad after time. If you have a tumor that's not bad, they usually still remove it. Because there is a higher risk that it eventually will be bad. Your brain is considered as tumor? What the heck? But yeah, I'm pretty sure they pretty much more or less always remove them, even when they're not yet bad and or spread or have any weird issue that they cause, because, well, the chance of it becoming bad over time in years to come is just too high. Like, my mom had a couple tumors already that they removed because, well, it could become cancer at some point. Yeah, very high. Exactly, mutated DNA is more likely to mutate again. Yeah, should probably always take them out. Eaten penguin? No. I have not. What the... I haven't eaten many exotic animals to begin with. I eat meat. I'm not a vegetarian, but... yeah. Hot take! Meat should be just more expensive than everything else. I feel like it's kind of wild and weird that veggies and fruits and all those things are so obnoxiously expensive. when the meat of a living creature is like usually way cheaper than the fruity veggie counterpart of it. It's crazy. You get a point? Like, I have nothing against eating meat, but I feel like it shouldn't be that accessible because people waste a lot of meat as well. A lot. And I'm like, maybe just because of how I grew up and how we utilized every part of the animal after taking its life, but like, people are so ungrateful for like the meat part. Like, that was a living animal that got butchered for your consumption. I feel like you should value it more. But if it's this dirt cheap, cheaper than any other food, especially veggies and salads and all those things, people just buy it and throw it away like it's no big deal. Shouldn't be the case. And I feel like money is the only way to make people value it. You can't just be like, you should care about the animal. Do you think people give a shit? Fuck no. I feel like the only thing people care about is money. If everything else became cheaper but meat raised in prices, I would be fully for it. I would support that big time. Yeah, it's crazy how cheap meat is. Absolutely nutty. Exactly. Some people already don't even value other humans, let alone animals. It's crazy. Like, how detached some people are from, like, the fact that this was a living, breathing thing. Again, I'm nothing against eating meat. I think that is very much within our nature to do so. But I always cringe and have a hard time when people waste meat, because I'm like, bro, something died so you could consume that, and you just like didn't feel like making something with it. You were just too lazy. I don't know, man. I feel like if you grow a bunch of tomatoes and you end up with too many tomatoes and you just, you know, some of them go bad, too fucking bad. Unlucky. But your plan will grow more tomatoes in the next season. If you butcher your calf, then that's kind of it. You can't just butcher and be like, well, you know what? Actually, I don't feel like eating most of it. I don't feel like meat today. I let it go bad. Now you need to wait years of like nurturing and raising that animal to butcher it again. Crazy. I mean, that's a weird accepted disconnect. Yeah, I agree. You can use meat in compost, but how many people do that? How many people that you know that constantly throw away, they constantly buy meat of any variety and they keep throwing shit away? How many people do that? Plus, I'm pretty sure it's better for your compost to not have meat in there. Because when my family used to make compost, we tried to not put meat in there unless it was heavily processed. Only then. But just raw or big amounts of meat, we tried to stay away from that. We just gave it to the other animals. If we ever did want to finish something that was still edible, we gave it to the animals. We just gave it to like the dogs and stuff. What about bones? Dogs. We just gave it to the dogs. Yeah. Same, gave them to the dogs. Yeah, pretty much. Always. They loved it. They were so happy. And like growing up, I'm like, how did our dogs ever survive that? Because like, we give them so much human food. It's processed and has all kinds of human ingredients, but somehow our dogs always grew old and happy. Eating all of our human food waste. I don't know. Looking back, I'm like, how did they manage? Like, I have my cats nowadays, and I'm like, you will never eat anything human-made ever because this is not good for you. Only the best for you. But then I look back at like our dogs, and I'm like, how did they survive eating only leftovers? But our food standards, maybe, but it's still full of sugar and salt and other things. You know, it's It's a gamble, I guess. Yeah, maybe it helps that dogs have been domesticated for so long. I feel like, depending on the breed, their stomachs are kind of made for that, you know? I guess part of them adapted, but I think it also depends on like what kind of dog you got. We had like popular farm dogs breeds, so I guess they are over all of these centuries more used to just being the garbage bin of human food waste. I'll bet if I would do the same to like, I don't know, some purebred dog breed nowadays, they would shit themselves. Oh, Leo! Thank you! Thank you. Dude, the amount of garbage our dogs used to eat, oh my god. Sometimes they just somehow get their hands or paws onto the garbage and then I just eat like old ass garbage. They really do be having iron stomachs. They never throw up. They never had like diarrhea or anything. They have fucking iron stomachs. For real, for real. Bonnie! Thank you! Thank you. He has like a trash can on legs. I am sitting. The back of my seat. Ban me, you want? What? Oh no! Sitting back in your seat! What a crime! Ban him! Attack, Chad! Attack! Bad posture! Oh, how terrible! Ban! He's making a joke about backseating? Is that it? Oh, backseat. Wait, oh my god, that's genius! It's a backseating joke! I think the bad posture is funny, actually. It's a genius joke, but... Can I ban him? Mommy ban me. Okay, but the bad posture was so much funnier. Yeah, that's actually a fucking 5-hat. That's genius. He's got this. I thought he was just having shrimp posture. I'm like, oh no, that's bannable for sure. And this is why we replace hyper. Yeah. Ban me too, Lily. I want to feel your wrath. Yippee! Stop, Lily's down. His joke was just covered. Fuck. Damn it. Well, we get 2 jokes for the price of 1. That was pretty nice. It was so genius, it actually became 2 jokes. It farmed double the content. That's insane. How are VTubers more down to earth? Very flat, very 2D. Makes it difficult to be anywhere, really. We have to be down to earth. Very, very, very down, very flat. Compressed, even. She's just a JPEG. My dopamine levels are now full. Yippee! And the SCP things. Yeah. Damn, you're so impatient. Fuck. I feel bad for your old girlfriends. You do their dishes and then you're like, so anyway, when I get my cock sucked. So impatient, man. You bring her a glass of water and then you're like, okay, well, when do I get to stick my dick in that? Have patience. Patience. Dang. Always with the instant gratification. I don't have a girlfriend. I have Gry. I'm existing, that's enough. Babe, I know we just met a week ago, but sex? When you put on
Bold
put
of you
on
to think I have girlfriend.
I'm looking out for you. I have high hopes for you. What do you mean? I don't think my chat's losers, and even if you don't have a girlfriend, that's cool too. That's cool too. You can be single and not a loser. Right, chat? Right? Damn, she called me a loser. Oh, yeah, sure, right. Right? Good. Women are expensive! Then you're dating the wrong women. But then at the same time, okay. No matter how much advice I will be able to give you when it comes to dating the right woman, I'm a strong believer that everyone and every man, they need to make their own. They need to basically farm their own experience. Like, you cannot account share the experience another has gained in a certain field of knowledge. You feel me? So, even when I know someone is about to go into a garbage relationship because that is a garbage girlfriend and he doesn't deserve that, I will probably mention something. I'll be like, this and this. She is just doing this, she's using that, and she's really vile when it comes to this, right? I will tell them that, but chances are they will disregard my advice. Fair. Go into the relationship anyways. And in a few months or a year, I will simply be the shoulder to cry on. I will squeeze in a quick or maybe two I told you so's. Cause I deserve it after putting up with that bullshit for a year. But in the end of the day, a lot of men need to make their own experiences. You should give them their thoughts. But once they deny that advice, just leave them be. Because if you'll always be against them, you will only push them away. Just give them advice. If it don't ring with them and if it doesn't resonate with them, okay, whatever. Some never learn. I have also unfortunately experienced that. Some men never learn. they just have a permanent fucking dench at all times. They will literally come out of one toxic, selfish ass, egoistic, pick me, garbage ass girlfriend. And the second the next pick me walks around the corner, they repeat the same fucking mistake. Again and again and again and again. It happens, but once again, not your place. You can always advise them that, hey, you're about to head into the exact same relationship as you did before. But if they hit you with the, no, she's different, she said so. She said she isn't like the other girls. All you can do, if you value him as a friend, just be there. If you care and you are able to keep up with that, just be there. If you can, just be out of their lives, because they won't change. But chances are, all men at some point, and women too, of course, but also my chat is men. All men at some point make their own experience with that. So, if anything, thank you to all the annoying as fuck, gold diggy, selfish, egoistic, narcissistic, shitty ass, garbage ass, pick me girlfriends, because eventually you'll raise a whole generation of men. You have to date whatever failure has been raised, and you are producing men that then we can date instead. So, thank you. Keep digging. You're doing us all a favor. I don't have to raise them. You doing it. I don't have to change a diaper and wipe their ass. You doing that. So if anything, we have to be a little grateful. Because, well, yeah. All these people still reproduce, usually, yes. But it will always be that way.
Lily, I think I need like a joke warning, cause I'm way too naive for some jokes. Back then, I really believed hyper get replaced, yeah ma got tackled. And you getting D every day. So please, have mercy with my poor little brain.
First of all, I do. I am very popular among men. If I ever don't get D, because I don't want it, I got better shit to do. I got once human to play, man. I don't want it. Stop fucking laughing, it's true. I have permanent and unlimited D access. Always. That is not including the thing in my nightstand. Nuh-uh. A copium shortage.
So that's why you never have it, Shy noted.
I do. Like I said, chat, I have sex, okay? Fuck you. Where's my music? This feels weird to talk about without music in the background. This is strange. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, I feel like there's some experiences in life. Unfortunately, everyone has to go through. As much as...
Your satisfier doesn't count, Lily.
As much as it pains to see people you love in a platonic way get hurt by their poor taste in relationship partners, other than giving them advice and then leaving it be when it's clearly rejected, there isn't much you can do without pushing yourself away. I mean, okay, that too. I like McDonald's. They make some nasty chicken nuggets. Hell yeah. I think it's important to give your besties exit advice too, not to equate a shitty SL's personality as something to expect from gender here. Too many people get guarded to the point that they never let anyone in again, which will eventually make them more jaded. Oh yeah, some people learn in the wrong way. Some men
Why
when...
keep Bosca in the nightstand? Don't you have someplace less cramped and dusty to store him?
Okay, I'll think about letting him out. I'll think about it. I'll see if I can find the key. If I can find the keys, I'll think about it. Okay, that one's good. That one, I like that one. That one is fucking buzzing. That one's good. That one is good. I like that one. No, I fully agree. You need to give them like advice. You need to be there on both ends because some people get so scarred by that one narcissistic, egoistical shitfuck of a girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, that they assume that's just all women. All women are nasty, selfish, egoistic, narcissistic, gold digger, only care about money, expensive, whatever the fuck. But that's not how it is. You just had a shitty one, but she scarred you so much you think that that's now all women, but they aren't. And I promise you. And I see this so much, and it becomes obvious how like scarred men are by these women because, well, there is quite a few of those, not gonna lie, but it becomes so obvious whenever like a girlfriend has a boyfriend that may not quite look up to society's current standards of beauty. Whenever the girlfriend is objectively kind of good looking and she's with a guy who is objectively worse looking, the fragility of man's egos and past relationship comes to show. Really, really badly. Because while there, yes, absolutely are women that will only date the ugly one because he has money, there is many that aren't nearly as shallow. He may have been a co-worker or has otherwise spent a lot of time around her and she just kind of fell for his personality, and even when he is objectively ugly to most, she may genuinely be into it. Many women are into bigger men. That's just, for some reason, a fact. Many women are into bigger men. There's many women who are also into shredded as fuck men, but there's also many who are into bigger men. Bears of sorts. I love them. But whenever they are, the fragility of men like shines through and they're like shit-talking the relationship and they're telling that dude to get out of it before she breaks his heart. And I'm like, bro, don't be so fragile. Let him be. Even if she is that kind of woman, it's his experience to make, not yours. You don't fucking know her. In fact, you are probably more shallow than she is because you judge the relationship on absolutely nothing but both of their looks compared to each other. If that's the only point that you have, that's crazy. That's crazy. What's your preference? I don't know. I've been with a bunch of men. Small, tall, large, very fucking shredded. And I've come to the conclusion... Oh, damn. I've come to the conclusion that it doesn't fucking matter. I don't know. It just doesn't. They all have such widely and vastly different personalities that I realized that no matter what, it's always a personality that bugged me. Yeah, I just glitched for some... I just lagged. I just glitched. It's just... Yeah, I don't know. It's always been a personality issue. I've dated all kinds of like types. And I've realized that personality is the biggest issue for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Cause one of the reasons things didn't work out with like the shredded man is because he was dumb as fuck. I realized that having not a singular intellectual conversation ever is just not it. It's just not satisfying. The relationship feels... It's a stereotype, but in this case it was true. Dude was dumb as shit. The lights were on, but no one was home. So fucking dumb. Oh my god. But, you know, that's okay. It's okay to be dumb, but not for me. My type is the type I can have an intellectual conversation with and preferably also have like arguments with. Arguments in a not negative way. Positive arguments, as in we both have different opinions about a subject, and while conversing we find out we both have different views and we can debate those different views. It feels just so good. So yeah, it didn't work out because, again, personality. He was very dumb. Things didn't work out with the larger guys because one thing I've noticed as a person who isn't large, I'm fairly small and skinny. I'm very petite. As someone who isn't large, dating someone who is large never works out because the insecurity. Even when they're somewhat intelligent, they have no... Is it called an ego? Ego has such a negative, like, flair to it. But, like, they just have... They're overly jealous, they have zero confidence, and their whole personality is complaining about how they are large, how they don't wish to be large, and how they are disappointed that I have to deal with their largeness despite not being large. And I'm like... Especially when someone who is arguably good looking engages conversations with me. Oh my fucking god. The fucking jealousy and terror and the insecurities just... Couldn't talk to a singular attractive person ever. Ever. The insecurity is as big as their size, yes. And it's just, I can't deal with that. I have yet to find someone who is larger and just simply confident about being large, because, like, it is so frustrating how I just can never ever talk to a person that isn't large without my large significant other just ruin the whole evening because of jealousy issues. Large, like big or tall in height? Big. I'm trying to say large as in... Chat, English is my second language, so please forgive. I don't have any other word. Chunky. Chunky. Yes, chunky. Chubby. Well, a little bit above chubby. Chunky. Width. Large in width. As a person who isn't fluffy, dating fluffy has always been an issue because the whole personality with everyone I've been with so far has always been jealousy, and the whole personality has always been self-pity because they are chunky and feeling bad that they aren't as skinny as me. Yeah. Chat, the word is fat, but I don't want to use the word fat because there's also levels to it. Don't make this hard. I don't know what words to pick as an English second language speaker. I don't know how else you would like me to describe it, but the word is fat. Chunky. Yeah, fluffy, chunky, girthy. I don't know. What do you want me to say? Yeah. Whatever is between chubby and obese. Whatever is between those two, that is what I have experience with. Yeah. Rotund, cannonball shaped, built like a catapult projectile. Yeah, Miss fuck's sake. And there's levels to, like, you know, not being skinny. And yeah, as a skinny person, having dated a few select non-skinnies, it never worked out because, well, their whole personality was insecurity, self-pity, and jealousy always. Because, well, I'm not skinny, so God... The worst part was always like, God forbid talking to anyone who is arguably an attractive man. That resulted in like arguments and insecurity issues for like days on end. Oh my God. Especially when I'm a very loyal person. Loyalty is like my number one thing, and then constantly being told that I'll probably just run off. Just like that. For no reason. Oh my God, that's so fucking annoying. Like, I can't go and talk to a man or go on a party. Like, I can't go to a party my co-workers throw because there is a few attractive skinny men. It's so fucking... Of course I fucking reassured them. Always. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. It just hurts to hear. Nothing but loyal. Nothing but spending like almost every living and breathing moment with them. Just to always be told that I would probably whore around if given a fraction of a second with an attractive man. Male. It's just... It's poison, bro. It fucking poisons you. It's annoying. Yeah, it was just a personality issue. But like I said, long story short, the takeaway from this is I realized as I grow up, having these like terrible experiences, that it's not about what you date. It's who you date. It's the personality. I realized I just don't have a particular attraction to a specific body type. I might like some more than others, but I simply realized as I grew up with this experience, body type is very secondary. I don't seem to have a specific, like, preference. Oh, no. I do have maybe preferences, but I don't have, like... How do I put this? I can't find the words. Of course, I lean towards some things more than others, but I don't have... Yeah, requirements is good. Requirements. I realize that personality makes or breaks a person, no matter how attractive. Like, of course I have preferences, but it's not a requirement, you know? I realized that, like, a few years ago, and life has been good. Sapiosexual means you're more attracted to gray matter. Is that what I am? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe. Gray matter? Oh, I mean, I understood gray matter means brain, but I'm trying to think if having intellectual conversations is really all I care about, because I think part of it, I think part of the man also has to be funny and easygoing and spontaneous, but at the same time, I feel like those things come with intelligence to begin with, usually. Probably. They do. I'm a funny idiot. Yeah, I feel like yeah. Oh my god, Snake, oh my god, I completely forgot to talk about this. Intelligence has 2 levels. There is emotional intelligence, and then there is just like general intelligence, right? And I think, unfortunately, though the requirements are high, I get that it's a lot to ask of a person. Unfortunately, I need both. I need both to be quite high. I need both emotional intelligence and just general intelligence. Like, I'm not saying I need them to be on a high level, but like having both on like a baseline is probably already... How can you tell? How does one tell emotional intelligence? That's a smart thing to ask. I'm gonna be honest, I'm lost. I don't necessarily know how to define emotional intelligence. Like what gives it away? It's just kind of like a thing you get after getting to know. Like, after knowing a person for X amount of time, you just feel their emotional intelligence. Yeah, like picking up social cues, being able to put themselves into each other's shoes, empathy, vibe, when he is able to get going with like different types of people, because, well, a part of emotional intelligence is simply getting along with different folks from different strokes as well. Emotional intelligence, I shit you not, isn't a buzzword, because I'm literally struggling. When friends aren't emotionally intelligent, I struggle. A lot. I struggle to let them into like my deeper circle of friendship, and whenever they make poor decisions based on their poor emotional intelligence, it bothers me, because to me, those things are so obvious and so needed in life. But they just don't have it. Yes, I swear emotional intelligence is not a buzzword. It is very separated from actual intelligence. You can be very dumb. Like, you can have very little knowledge of things and like applicable knowledge, and you can still be a very emotionally intelligent person. Yes, emotional intelligence is like observing like people and situations and just fitting in. It's basically being able to read the room, or being able to fit in, being able to get along even when people are quieter or louder or more high maintenance or less maintenance. It's just yeah. EQ instead of IQ. I guess, yeah. I feel like emotional intelligence is something all of us start off not having at all. And growing up, going to kindergarten, school, work, yada yada, each and every single person develops it at different rates and skills. And people are simply very behind or never had the pleasure of like really honing that skill of emotionally intelligence are people I don't really have in my friend circle, and or there aren't often close friends. I have some close friends who are very emotionally unintelligent, but they also drive me crazy sometimes because of it. But I usually have a lot of different qualities about them that I still love very, very much. But yeah. Who the fuck just said bow?
Hey Lily, how are you? Having fun with your mother? I just wanted to say that you're the best and I really like your streams, and also you got a great personality.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Also, I wanted to say I wrote you a DM on TikTok and it would be nice if you would read it at some point in the next
I never
month.
checked that.
I would be really
I'm so
happy.
sorry to disappoint,
Anyway, have a
but
nice
my
stream.
DMs are closed everywhere for a reason. I had no idea TikTok was even open. I don't check those ever. Haven't ever in my life, ever. I'm I'm so sorry about that. But at least I'm honest? Question mark. I'm so sorry. It sounds so pushy when I say
I swear I count my lucky stars for my complete lack of want for relationships. All I care about is the homies whom I will kiss like a star-crossed lover. Platonically, of course.
Better, honestly, not guilt. I mean, you can be honest without being a dick. It's something I always say. Whenever people are straight up fucking assholes and they're followed up with, at least I'm honest. I'm like, you can be honest without being a dick. You can say the exact same thing without saying it like that. Stop hiding behind like, stop being like Schrodinger's douchebag where you hide behind the. At least I'm honest, like, nah.
Tell a friend. I ran out of facts. Went broke. Sag.
No more facts. It's over. The world will collapse. Yeah, sometimes it isn't what you say, but just how you say it. But yeah, I'm sorry, but my DMs are closed pretty much everywhere unless we have like mutual followings or friends or something like that. But they're closed everywhere, and it's closed for a reason usually because yeah, unfortunately. It just gets too much. It doesn't work. I tried
don't have
though, for a long
experience
time.
with relationships. However, what I have found is regardless if it is a relationship, job, hobby, everything is about knowing your values and how to navigate life to be in a space or around people who align with said values.
Yeah. Oh my god, like the amount, okay, it sounds weird, but the amount that work and other social lives can shape your relationship and the way a relationship can shape you as a person to be more successful in like any other social settings is crazy. Like, if you have a good and valuable and teaching relationship, chances are your job will like also get there. If you have an amazing job that teaches you lessons and really shapes you as a person, chances are you'll make much smarter decisions relationship-wise as well. It's crazy. Yeah. The advice goes for not only relationships, but just like life as a whole. Cozy, thank you! Exactly. Oh my god, I have a good example. When it comes to emotional intelligence, oftentimes that one quote-unquote friend you have that is part of a friend group, but is never liked in any friend group they're ever in, chances are that is due to having very low emotional intelligence. They can never read a room, they never know when to speak, or, you know, they're either always too quiet at the wrong moments and almost just ignore people trying to engage with them, or when there's a high engagement moment that he has nothing to do with, he will talk over everyone trying to insert himself at all costs. The friend that is never liked in any friend group, everyone dislikes them. They aren't necessarily a bad person whatsoever, which is why they are being kept around, because they are a good person overall. But their complete lack of emotional intelligence makes them very disliked in your friend group and everyone else's friend group. But they are good people, but they're just very annoying. A lot of times, annoying people have very, very low emotional intelligence because they just can't adapt to the environment they're in ever. They only have one mode, which is their mode. I feel like every friend group has the person. Again, there aren't bad people, and they might just simply need a person that's just like them. But usually, the people of higher emotional intelligence of the group will not like this person. They will keep them around because they are a good person, but they aren't a likable person. And you often describe those people as annoying.
As a fat guy I can confirm. My ego is non-existent. My sadness though,
Oh,
got
no.
that in spades. My personality consists of making fun of myself.
That helps though. That's not bad. If it doesn't become sad. Like, apparently a friend of my friend group had a friend that constantly joked about kill yourself jokes. Like, as in he will kill himself. And you know, at some point those jokes are like, it stops being a joke if that's your whole ass personality, you know? It's like, oh, I don't know about that. You know, and I'm like, yeah, that's weird. That's when things become a little too real, and no matter the situation, you always fall back to that and default to that. I didn't have one of those friends before. Luckily. I mean, I've had friends that do I'll kill myself jokes regularly, but it's always in the right timing. Like, that's a risky personality to have, and it can be funny in the right time. In Minecraft, by the way. In Minecraft. Yeah. Major,
I
what the
bought
heck?
both of your cups and they are nice. But
Hey!
sadly I didn't get a blowhole blast sample from.
That's okay. I probably got a whole lot of other amazing, beautiful samples. Also, you did not hear this from me, but do not restock or order anything until Friday, 9 p.m. CEST. Anyways, you didn't hear anything. You didn't hear anything. Anyways, those were weird technical issues. Weird noises. Heard what? I don't know. Heard what? I didn't. Who said that? Who said what? What happened? Nah.
Do you have any tips to find a partner to your preference? I am similar to yours, but new to the relationships world, so would
I'm gonna be
appreciate any
honest.
tip other than being in spaces that attract that.
If your personality and what you look for in a partner is similar to mine, tough luck. It's rough out there. It's rough. It's not easy. Takes years, trust me. Takes years. Probably. I hope you get lucky and find the one right away, but it's rough. There's a reason I went through so much failure to discover like what my baselines are. It took a while to even understand what the fuck I want from a relationship, so it's a very specific standard to have, requiring emotional intelligence while requiring a baseline of intellect for like conversational material and arguments and stuff, while having a personality that's funny and different enough from yours to actually keep enjoyable and fruitful conversations alive. Those are a lot of points. But yeah, don't let it discourage you. Trust me, you'll get there. But I think what I keep seeing is okay. If I can actually give you relationship advice, two things I keep seeing that people do wrong, especially long-term singles. Number one, very most likely, not impossible, but very most likely, you're gonna have to fucking either get out your fucking house for once in your fucking life, or socialize in any other way that isn't the same 2-3 fucking friends all day long to ever meet people. I know it sounds wild, but to meet the one, you have to meet people. And so many people, especially long-term singles, somehow don't see that the disability to never socialize, the self-handicap and the self-sabotage of refusing to ever meet people and socialize is also what keeps them long-term singles. People hate making new connections because many of those connections are meaningless. But unfortunately, it's required if you're trying to find a partner. You have to meet people. So if your job is always the same 4 fucking colleagues and your friend group in your Discord call consists of always the same 3 other dudes, and you never leave the fucking house to go to a party or any independent things where you meet new people, you're gonna have a tough time meeting new people. Another thing, that's just my opinion. Okay, that one is a fact. There's no arguing with that. But. The second one is my personal opinion, not a fact. I wish it was a fact, but it's my personal opinion. Okay, are we clear on this? All right. This is weird to explain, but this is a double-edged sword, basically. People do not give enough time to hop into a relationship. People rush this a lot and then are stuck with like mediocre fucking partners that they try to make work regardless. Instead of just like taking your time and meeting whatever the options are. Making friends and getting close to multiple people. Worst case scenario, the people you don't want to date end up being good friends. Maybe. Best case scenario, if you can't stand the person, you never have to meet them ever again. But here's where things contradict themselves. Again, that's my opinion. It's my opinion, not a fact, my opinion. I think people should work out a household together so much quicker than people usually are. If that makes sense. A lot of relationships break at the 1, 2, or 3 year mark because after 1, 2, or 3 years, people finally move in together. And then they realize that after wasting 2 years, they realize on the 3rd year, they aren't compatible. They cannot live together. The only reason the relationship worked out is because they met each other in their free time. They haven't seen the good, bad, and the ugly of each other. Living together shows you everything. And I think, again, this contradicts what I just said. But I think, especially when you're young and you don't have a house or any of those things, just move together. If things don't work out, just get a new apartment. Or, throw them out of your apartment. Whoever owns it gets to stay. Then fuck off. Share the bill. 50 fucking 50. I don't want to hear anything else. Share the bill. 50-50. Move in together. Work things out. So many people waste so many years skipping this part. It's crazy. It's like first they rush into the relationship and then they wait 3 years to move in together. Just move in already. And please, I'll beg, move in before you get married. At the very least. Just get an apartment. There isn't much risk involved. If you already have one, let her move in. If she already has one, ask to move in. Split everything 50-50, build shores and whatnot. Just fucking go. See if you work out. If you think he, she, it is the one, get to be in a household together. Because that will be the only other deal breaker in a relationship. So if you wait 3 years to do that, there is a chance that like half a year after moving in together, you realize the past 3 years were a complete waste of time. Meet someone, take your time before actually hopping into a relationship. But once you are both on the same page of wanting a relationship, just move in. Move in with each other. Just figure it out. Do it for like a year, maybe 2. And at that point, you probably know if he, she, it is the one. Probably. Half of rent is like $1,000 for me. There should be no if you pay $2,000 for your apartment and you meet a woman and you ask her to move in and you ask her to cover half of that cost, that should be a given. If she can't say yes to that, and when you are still this early in such an even play field, she wasn't the one. Goodbye. She wasn't the fucking one. It's really that simple. If she lives in a dump somewhere and you have a nice apartment and you don't want to live at her place and you invite her over, but you tell her to cover the cost, and you tell her to make it even and fair and 50-50, and she doesn't care for that, dump. Dump. And if she can't afford it, there is always context. Why can't she afford it? Is she lazy? Or is she just a gold digger? Why can't she afford it? You know, that's context. Maybe there is a reasonable amount of time where you let her stay at your place where she only covers like, maybe not 50-50, but maybe she covers like 30% at least. But if the context is just she's lazy and doesn't have her shit together, she wasn't the one. It's not your place to teach and raise them. Trust me. It's not your place to teach and raise them. They don't want that. At the very most minimum least, she should be able to afford whatever her previous rate was. Whatever her previous rent was, rent and cost of utilities, she should be able to afford that. Because, well, clearly she managed before meeting you, so... that should be the absolute most bare minimum. And of course it goes both ways, but, you know... of course it goes both ways. Yeah, she may call you daddy, but you don't have to raise her. That's what a father should have done. I like that one. That one's good. That one's good. Whatever seems fair to you. To me, that's usually 50-50. Always has been. Has never been different. Even when that 50-50 was almost everything I earned at that point in my life, it was fair. He worked, I worked, it was fair. So that will never ever be a point of discussion. Which it shouldn't be. What if she doesn't have a job that can pay 1K? Like I said, whatever seems fair to you. If she lives in an apartment, if you live in an apartment where you have to ask her for $1,000 just to cover her half of the apartment, but she somehow lives in like a $600 one, if you're fine letting her stay over for just $600 plus utilities, if that's fair to you, go ahead. But always consider why she doesn't have the money you are making. Is it because she is approaching further education? Or has she just been unemployed, gaming away, doing nothing with her life? What's the reason she can't afford it? Is she just busy educating herself? Meanwhile, you just chose a job instead and you got lucky and you have this like really nice paying job. Maybe you had some connections. Or is it just... it's a compromise. It's just... whatever. Don't be too stuck on the 50-50. If the 50-50 doesn't make sense... for whatever context or situation, settle for whatever is fair to you. But fair is not if she stays at home and does nothing and lazies around while you go work your ass off and bust a nut just to afford both of y'all's lifestyle now. It's not how it works. Make it fair, but make it make sense. Thank you, Delson. You work it out with them, but work it out. And if that part turns into a negative discussion, into an argument, leave. For the rest of your life, these fair situations that are completely reasonable will be an argument forever. If you don't want this to be the rest of your life, run. Because that's just her personality. She clearly cares more about her own money and income and well-being than yours. She isn't ready for whatever the fuck you are building. You're building a family? She is building a temporary relationship. She doesn't want to have the means to invest in something that she can't earn back from later on because she has no plans on doing so. She's building a sandcastle. Giving dating advice to a bunch of forever single people? I don't think that's true. Plus, that advice is literally meant to be for forever single people. To hopefully have to go through less trouble after having not a whole lot of relationship experience to maybe find the one and only and just hopefully the first try, but maybe just the second or third instead of having to go through 7, 8, or even more relationships to get there. Yeah, it might help someone. Fuck. Why are you so opposed to helping a person? Maybe their life will turn around. Maybe they just need someone to tell them what's up. Maybe their parents or friend circle was never intellectually capable of teaching them those things. Plus, it's amazing what Zippy said. It's amazing advice for just friendship as well. Friendship, your job might benefit from a lot of the advice. I think it can be very useful. Anyways, it's been 2 hours instead of the I didn't mean to yap for this long, but I'm gonna go refill my water bottle and then we watch SCPs. Rocket chat, 2 seconds. Hello. Hello. Let's see. I'm back. I have pee pee.
Yeah, I only can read a room when there is a 3 meters sign staring at me. Sag.
You'll get there. Like, you'll get there. Emotional intelligence
Hi, Lily.
is a
It only
learned
took
thing.
5
No
months and
one's
almost
born
80
with it.
euros of customs, but the package has arrived. It was worth
my
the wait.
God.
Shy happy. Dad will
80
be
euros
disappointed.
of customs? That's
Here's a fact.
insane.
Lily has a cute laugh, so cute.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Okay, one thing I'll have to do real quick, I forgot. Let me upload my schedule. Oh, holy shit! Tennessee. Thank you. Oh, I have to get the link again for my schedule. Hold up.
I mean, it's bad sometimes, but I try to keep it creative. That way no one can say anything about me that I haven't already said myself.
Yeah, that works. It's not bad. Like I said, that works out.
Long-term singles. That'll be the name of the affordable strip club I open when you can just throw ones. Thanks for the name, fam.
You're welcome.
You can't make me, you're not my supervisor.
Okay. You do you then. It's not really my issue.
When we have shyly right XD, but for everyone who thinks they are worthless and doesn't want to live. Trust me, as soon as you live life to the fullest, travel, find hobbies, find love, find friends, etc., you will be happy and value life more. And don't waste your money on bad things that gives you happiness for like 2 minutes or something like that. Crying face.
That too.
No worries, because, and this adds to the list, once you know yourself and your values, you will understand that you do not need a relationship. You can want it, but you can live and enjoy life until then. Vibe,
Agreed.
improve, do what you can. As a mild connoisseur of myself, I can state for certain that my pros are, I play tabletop role-play games. My cons are, I play tabletop role-play games. Of course I'm joking, there's more to it and is arguably worse cack.
Good.
Apologies for not being around everyone. I am back from vacation with the family.
Oh shit, Nick,
I
welcome
missed all
back.
the shrimpies and the cute
Let's go.
princess herself.
That's
I was
insane.
not touching grass, but touching ocean instead. Happy
That
to
is-
be
that
back
is
and
great. I
spending
love that.
time with everyone
The
again.
1K
Chai
apology.
heart.
Jesus Christ, Meg.
Beep beep beep. Beep. Beep beep.
Anyways. Mm. Mm. Okay, I'm almost done posting the schedule. Soon. So soon.
To add to all the advice already, do not, never ever, try to jump into a relationship to try and fix the hole in your life.
Oh my god,
It will
yes,
never
please
work
don't do
out.
that.
Always be content with yourself first, and then you can seek a relationship enriching each other instead of depending on each other. Hi Lily, congratulations on your first song. It's a real banger.
I'm so happy you like it, thank you! I was so insecure. I still am, but I'm really happy it's out.
When the V-Cards has been out for a while, do you think Gamersupps will have a tournament at the next TwitchCon?
That'd be sick. Oh my god, that'd be if the V-Card game was successful, it'd be insane to have a tournament, and like every time someone wins, they just give them like a tournament. And then they just give them like goodies whenever they win. That'd be sick. I love that. Mm. Mm. Chat, I need some help reading things. You know how I have like the schedule thing? Oh fuck, that's big. I'm trying to attach like a tweet to my schedule tweet to let people know that they can add the schedule to, if they wanted to, whatever calendar of choice. And they only ever have to do it once, ever, and they will always have every single future schedule and stream in their phone or whatever calendar of their choice forever. And it's like, how do I say the exact same thing as this, but shorter? How do I make this sound more professional? Less. It's so much to read. It's a lot. Like, how come this is my post about the schedule and then I have all... Huh, what did my thing go? What the fuck? That was weird. Just disappeared. Yeah, iPad kids don't want to read that. Oh, I like that. Also, you can add the schedule to calendar like shown in picture. You can add the schedule to your calendar of choice. Because I don't want people to think they have to have... It needs to be the fucking Google Calendar, or it needs to be like iPhone calendar or whatever. You can add the schedule to your calendar of choice like shown in the picture below. Copy this, and then, sorry, I'm gonna take this away for a sec. Let's be like, copy this, paste here, paste as shown below. I'll just, or maybe I can just remove this. You can add the schedule to your calendar of choice like shown in the picture below. Copy this. Fat letters. Same process on iPhone or Android. Just open up calendar app, add new calendar. To add a new calendar. Click subscribe and paste. Oh, any device. Yeah. Any. That's a good one. The same process on any device. Just open up the calendar app, add new calendar, click subscribe and paste. That's good. That's good. I like that. That's good. Can I do it on my homebrew Nintendo Wii? That's a tweet. That's good. I like this. This is compact, unlike the previous version of this. You could say the picture in the second line if you want to. I like that. More words, but I like it. I think it's important. You can add the schedule to your calendar of choice, like... Is that a comma? Oh, I don't think so. I think English doesn't have a lot of commas, man. You can add the schedule to your calendar of choice, like shown in the picture below. Copy this. Same process on any device. Just open up the calendar app, add new calendar, click subscribe and paste. Okay, thank you, chat, for helping. I needed to say this in better, shorter words. Thank you. I love you. Perfecto. Can you short link on Twitter? Well, the thing is, the problem is this isn't a link. This right here, not a link. It's... I don't know what the fuck to call this, but this link looking as non-link is just something you have to paste into the calendar. That's it. It's like a code, I guess. It's a URL. Resubska? Oh shit! Resubska? Uska got a good point. Post it as a separate post. Lots of people will miss it like this. Also will be useful for other streamers. I can post it as a separate post, yes. He's a fucking resub. I can post it in its own post, yes. Okay, I'll make it its own post. Hold up. Do I just do it right away? I mean, I guess, right? Like, yeah, that's just... Yeah, I guess so. I'll just... I'll just literally do it right away in like a second Twitter post. I guess. Bang a tweet! Hell yeah! It's linked to the Twitch schedule thing. Yeah. It's... I linked it to the Twitch schedule thing, which then gives people the option to... Again, it uses the term subscribe. You don't pay money. It's just the terminology is subscribe because, well, you subscribe to like... I don't know what exactly is the definition of subscribe, but I guess you subscribe to the calendar service, so... Yeah, but it's obviously... It's free! I'm not gonna make anyone pay money to have an updated schedule. Yeah, it's basically like subscribing to a YouTube channel. Kind of subscribe. Yeah, like a newsletter of sorts. $100 subscription fee. I need a man standing emoji in my tweet. It doesn't... It looks so serious without. I need my man standing. Okay. Post. Bloop, bloop. Finished! Everything's okay. I just wanted to get the schedule stuff off my chest so we can do SCP stuff. Okay. No, I misclicked.
Hey Lily. I made your womp womp my notification. Can I get an excited series of womps for my ringer, please?
An excited series of womps for when someone calls you. A very excited series of womps. Yeah. The womp override. I refuse. I I'm wide awake. See, it doubles down as a wake-up alarm and or fire alarm. It does kind of start your fight or flight reflex.
That sure got my attention, so cute.
Let's go! Where are my SCP videos? SCP. I think we watched Dr. Bob.
But you are my favorite stream transmittable disease. Or STD in short form, because we know you're all about short form. Womp womp.
Thanks. Oh, I'm so honored to be your favorite stream transmittable disease. Thank you. I'm so happy. This brings me joy. Okay, let's see. What is another fun SCP we could look at? The Tooth Fairy sounds amazing as an SCP. I'm trying to find the one that we wanted to watch last time. I know what the thumbnail looks like, but I don't know what the fuck the SCP was. If I see the thumbnail, I'll know immediately what I'm looking for. But I don't know. Fuck. The hard to kill lizard, please wait. I think there was a lizard on the thumbnail. That might unironically be the one.
Womp womp is indeed a universal
Womp
term.
womp!
It applies to every situation, and you know what it means. Incredible.
It does. It's fucking amazing. Well, maybe if we watch the Tooth Fairy one, it will recommend us the other one again. If we are lucky. Maybe. So we'll just stick to this for now. Okay. Ready? I'm ready.
If you're a transmittable disease, that'd explain why your laugh is so contagious, shy love.
Cute! Beep, beep. Oh god! Chat, what the fuck is that? Help! Okay, let's see.
Clocking out after an especially long day. A root canal, a wisdom tooth extraction, too many cavities to count, when her cell phone rings. She answers and is surprised to hear the panicked voice of her wife on the other line. Her heart stops for a moment as she imagines the worst, a car accident, a house fire. But after listening for a moment, she's able to gather enough context to relax. Their son lost his first tooth today. There was a bit of blood on his face, which had sent her wife into a bit of a state. But now, as they both realize it was nothing more than a standard rite of passage, the moment of terror is over. When the dentist arrives home, she finds her wife and son sitting at the kitchen table with dinner ready, and her wife is in the middle of a story.
Teeth.
She's telling their son, who listens wide-eyed and rapt, all about the magical creature known as the Tooth Fairy. Later that night, after they've read the boy a story and put him to bed,
But he has his tooth back! It's right there, Chad!
known as the
Look
Tooth
at
Fairy.
him!
Later that night, after they've read the boy a story
They lied! Look! They're all here! What the fuck?
and put him to bed, the two mothers remind him to put his freshly
Bro's
lost
a
tooth
fast
under his
healer.
pillow. When he wakes up, they promise the tooth fairy will have left him a surprise. They wait for him to fall asleep, and then
Yeah, he
when
looks
they
a
hear
bit
his
old to
gentle
be
snoring,
still
it's
losing
time
teeth.
to swap. The mother who works with teeth all day opts to do the honors. It only seems fair. She sneaks into the room, careful not to wake the boy, and lifts the edge of his pillow. Hang on. What happened to the tooth? She can't see it anywhere. She lifts the pillow just a bit more, but she can't find it. What she sees instead is a fluttering motion as something small and winged darts out
The
from
tooth
underneath the pillow.
fairy!
She covers her mouth to stifle a startled scream. It's just a moth, she realizes, as the little winged shape darts around the darkened room. Nothing to worry about. The tooth probably got lost in the sheets.
It's back
Nothing
in
to
his
worry
mouth.
about. She slips a quarter under the pillow and sneaks back out of the room. She doesn't stay long enough to see the little winged creature, the thing she thinks is a moth, fly toward her son's face, landing in his open mouth.
Oh my
The
god.
next morning, the boy
He
is
ate the
delighted to
tooth
find
fairy.
a shiny
What
quarter
the
under his
fuck?
pillow. He is less delighted to find that he has come down with a sudden case of the sniffles
You
and
fucking
sneezes.
ate the tooth fairy.
As the dentist heads off for another day of work, her wife calls out from her own
Oh,
job,
no.
opting to keep the boy home from school today, just in case.
Delicious.
Meanwhile, the dentist is hard at work once
Mythical
more.
creatures.
Today is a bit less stressful than yesterday, but not by a wide margin. Her first patient of the day refuses to sit still while she checks for cavities, nearly kicking her in the process. After they leave, she takes a moment in
Me.
the back with a cup of coffee, centering herself.
No joke. I was
When
in
she
a
walks
store
back
not
into
too
the waiting
long
room,
ago.
she
Can't
sees her
remember
wife
what
sitting
got
there
me
with their
so
son.
happy, but I
What are they
blurted
doing
out
here?
womp womp and the checkout clerk looked at me dead in the eye and just said, "You shrimp, we didn't tell each other our Twitch names or anything. Just laughed at the situation before I paid and left. LOL."
That no way happened. Are you for real? That's no. I believe people make this shit up, but at the same time, some of those stories I tell are wild as fuck. And I've already seen people accuse me of just making them up for the sake of content creation. So like, I wanna say that's fucking cap, but like, some of my stories are fucking crazy too. So like, that's wild if that's for real. Raise the volume of the video. Is it still too quiet? I can. Yeah.
After they leave, she takes a moment in the back with a cup of coffee, centering herself. When she walks back into the waiting room, she sees her wife sitting there with their son. What are they doing here? She asks her wife and sees tears in her eyes as she struggles to answer. She turns to their son and asks him what's wrong. He doesn't say a word. Instead, he just opens his mouth. The tooth he lost the day before
Ew.
has grown back.
And
But that's
multiplied.
not all. His mouth is full of teeth. And that is not hyperbole.
Ew.
There are teeth all across the roof of his mouth, the insides of his cheeks, covering his tongue. The dentist suspects that if she shone a light down his throat, she would see teeth all the way down. She'd better call in a specialist, because this is no job for an ordinary dental practitioner. It isn't her fault.
What was
She
that?
could
Was that intended? Look here.
because this is no job for an ordinary dental
What is that?
practitioner.
Is it just
It
the
isn't her
animation
fault.
going wrong,
She
or
could
like
never
is
have been
this
prepared for her
intended?
son to come down with a case of SCP-478. SCP-478 is a species of small entities of varying size and shape, which resemble a darkly colored butterfly or moth when in flight. Though they have been encountered in the wild frequently, they are elusive and difficult to capture.
Bro is munching
Instances
in
of
4K.
SCP-478 that have been contained do not appear to have a need for food, sleep, air, or reproduction. There is still little known about the nature and motives of SCP-478, but this much is clear. They are predatory in nature and tend
He's
to
in the
target
jar!
humans under the age of 25,
Take him out the
especially
door!
those who
Help!
have not yet lost all of their deciduous teeth. When an instance of SCP-478 finds its prey, it will enter the victim's mouth while they sleep and attach itself to the soft palate in the upper nasal cavity, blocking
Ew.
one of the nostrils. After the creature has embedded there, the victim's body will begin to produce an excess of mucus. With the stuffy nose and increased mucus production, the victim will wake to believe they have come down with a cold. A bit of an annoyance, sure, but nothing some rest, lots of fluids, and a bit of grandma's chicken soup recipe can't cure. That would be true if it were, in fact, a cold. But as the condition progresses, the victim soon realizes that they have come down with more than a case of the sniffles. Soon after waking up, the victim's palate will begin to generate teeth at a rate far
Ow.
faster than ordinary tooth growth. The more teeth grow in, the faster they grow, and the more quickly they spread. These teeth will continue to sprout from the palate, more and more teeth emerging through the skin, until the entire palate has been covered.
That must
But
hurt
it
like a
doesn't stop
motherfucker.
there. Oh no. It continues down the victim's throat and into the esophagus.
Ugh.
Over the next several days, usually between 2 and 4, the growth of teeth will continue down into the stomach lining, filling the stomach. Then, teeth will begin to grow in the lungs, making it difficult to breathe, then will grow from the subcutaneous layer of skin. The law of conservation of matter comes into play as these teeth sprout. The calcium required to produce them can't just come from thin air. It must come from somewhere in the body. In this case, that would be the
The
skeleton.
tooth fairy.
Skeletal calcium is leached away to provide new teeth with the material they require. As you might imagine, this process is extremely painful and downright unpleasant in every way. Now,
Unpleasant.
there's no polite way to put this.
Oh,
The
I'm
ultimate
sure it's
stage of the infestation
unpleasant.
involves teeth growing downward through the digestive tract. The growth stops once the entire
penis.
digestive tract has been filled with teeth. Then, the SCP-478 instance will fly out through the victim's mouth, leaving the tooth-filled victim behind. These
But
teeth
why?
are, aside from their placement, ordinary. They contain a root, nerve, enamel, just like any tooth you might find in a mouth. You know, where teeth are ordinarily
How are you feeling?
found.
Downright
The parts of the body where the
unpleasant,
teeth
sir.
have
Thank
formed
you.
may expose them to unusual conditions, such as the high concentration of acid in the stomach. Teeth that form within the skin, on the other hand, group together and form large, hard masses of dental material beneath the surface of the skin. The method by which SCP-478 induces this heightened growth of dental tissue is currently a mystery. At first, Foundation research into the nature of the anomalous beings resulted in few leads. But then, one potential lead emerged in an unlikely place. In order to understand the
ugly.
nature of this lead, then I must first take
wanna
us back in time
smush
to
it.
the year 1956. Dr. Razman
Done.
Yelkov was issued a task by his comrade, Dr. Grigory. Grigory asked Yelkov to develop a method that would allow him to produce perfect specimens of human teeth, new, authentic specimens not taken from a cadaver or made from an alternative material. It seemed like an impossible task, until a fellow doctor told him stories of an unnamed man who had found something impossible. Tooth fairies. Dr. Yelkov's colleague brought him to the man with
Tooth
no name,
fairies.
who told him all about these fairies. While traveling during the war in search of remedies, the man said that he met and captured a fairy called Isabella. This Isabella
does he know?
taught the unnamed doctor the fairy language and appointed herself his assistant. From there, Isabella taught the unnamed doctor about the methodology of the fairies, how they
Isabella.
could draw enamel from human bones, and how they use that enamel as a source of nutrients to sustain themselves. Naturally,
But
Dr.
why
Yelkov
only
had
people
his
who
doubts
haven't
about the
lost
strange
all their
man's
teeth
claims.
yet?
He asked for proof, as any of
If
us
that's
might
how
in the
they
face
make
of
teeth,
fairy
why not
tales,
just do it
and
with
the doctor
any
with no name was
human?
happy to provide it. He took Dr. Yelkov to his workshop, and upon stepping through the door, the doctor was met with a sight of at least 50 fairies fluttering around the room,
Oh
their
my.
dark, iridescent wings beating as they flitted to and fro. This was it, the secret key he had been looking for, the way to unlock the seemingly impossible task he had been issued. The man offered Dr. Yelkov a room for the night, and he accepted, with the intent of learning more about the secrets of the fairies in the morning. But the events of the evening did not go according to plan. When Dr. Yelkov offered to purchase some of the fairies from the man in order to use them for his own research, the offer was refused. Dr. Yelkov, ever the ruthless pragmatist, drew his weapon and fired one single shot through the unnamed doctor's heart. With no one left to stop him, he grabbed a large jar and began to capture the fairies. He managed to catch 30 of them in total before setting off on the journey back to his own laboratory.
Dang.
Once Dr. Yelkov was back in his laboratory, he examined the fairies more thoroughly. They looked like ordinary butterflies at first glance, but a closer look revealed humanoid characteristics: arms, hands, legs, and faces. While inspecting and performing autopsies on several of the creatures, Dr. Yelkov determined that the specimens contained unidentified chemicals which react with the oral environment. He isolated these chemicals for further study. Now, the real work could
He is
begin.
ice cold, bro.
Dr.
Ice
Yelkov
cold.
analyzed the way in which the fairy's physiology interacted with sodium monofluorophosphate and hexafluorosilicic acid,
Bless you.
and in doing so, was able to reproduce the effects a fairy might have on a human body, recreating it on a common fungus. This was not enough for a finished product, however, as the fungus had no source of calcium that would allow for the formulation of human teeth. he would have to test his new research on human subjects in order to truly gauge its effectiveness. For his first test
Science
subject,
works.
he selected an 8-year-old child from a camp in
What
Moscow.
child, bro?
She was injected with 20 milliliters of the serum he had managed to develop and observed for 10 days without
Dude,
any
he is
notable changes.
fucked up.
Then, on the 11th day of the trial, the patient was short of breath and complaining of abdominal pain. An X-ray showed a large mass beneath her left lung. 2 days later, the patient was dead, and Dr. Yelkov extracted a large mass of calcium from her lower left abdomen. The cause of death was massive internal bleeding caused by this very mass. Over the course of several more human trials, Dr. Yelkov
Yeah, he's
fine-tuned
fucked
his
up.
serum. It was producing calcified masses in the bodies of the subjects, sure, but Dr. Grigori was expecting teeth. He was getting closer, though. By trial 4, he had managed to create teeth, though they were undeveloped and
What
had
the
not
fuck
fully
are
grown
those?
to the proper size and shape. But it was progress, grim and gruesome as the process was. By trial 19, he had cracked it. The test subject was the teenage daughter of an American businessman named Kyle Schrader, a man so greedy and craven he had sold his own child for medical testing, all for a hefty chunk of change, $2.6 million, courtesy of Dr. Yelkov's patron, Dr. Grigori. This trial was, frankly, horrific to read. I've pored over some disturbing scientific
Why did
documents in my
he
time,
buy
but
this
never
child?
something that
All the other
distressed me
children he
quite so
just
much
killed,
as the
like,
tale of a teenage girl sold by her father, made a lab rat by a mad doctor, treated without anesthesia, and lobotomized when she complained. But Dr. Yelkov did not see it as a horror. He was simply elated that his labor had yielded that most calcium-rich of fruits, teeth. He packaged the extracted tooth specimens and sent them to Dr. Grigori for approval, along with 7 other dental practitioners. Now, I am not one to express a belief in karma, per se, and Dr. Grigori's exact fate is unconfirmed to this day, but I can believe we can extrapolate what became of him based on what the Foundation learned about Dr. Yelkov's work. And if my guess is correct, then I believe Dr. Grigori got exactly what was coming to him. When SCP Foundation agents raided Dr. Yelkov's laboratory, they discovered a series of phenomena that were later designated SCP-1994. These, as we can now surmise, were the results of Dr. Yelkov's research with SCP-478. SCP-1994-1 is a serum, the chemical makeup of which has been rather difficult to pin down. Some samples of the serum have had higher levels of sodium monofluorophosphate, while others have had higher levels of hexafluorosilicic acid.
See.
Either way, application of this serum stimulates the growth of both maxillary and mandibular tooth structures, all outside of their usual environment of the human mouth. These resulting structures are classified SCP-1994-2, and though they appear identical to human teeth at first glance, they lack the basic structures of teeth. For example, they have no dentin layer or pulp tissue. They are simply solid pieces of dental enamel and are highly vulnerable to decay.
Oh.
As
I was
these
just about
enamel
to say,
pieces
what's
decay,
wrong with that,
they
but
release a white
decay.
powder that is capable of infecting those who inhale it with a version of SCP-478's effects. Individuals infected with SCP-1994-2 powder, or who have been administered a dose of SCP-1994-1 serum, are termed SCP-1994-3. Once exposed, the infection progresses through 5 stages. First, there is initial
Another
exposure,
5-stage
after which
one.
the subject has no visible signs of infection for up to 2 weeks. Notably, this infection works far less quickly than a direct infestation of SCP-478. During this 2-week period, calcium deposits will begin to develop throughout the person's body,
Dude, that's
as
fucked
cell
up.
structures ordinarily used for immune system response will reorient to become capable of gathering the components for producing enamel. After the 2-week period is up, and these calcium deposits have been effectively cooking under the skin the entire time, the subject will begin to develop cysts all over their skin, beginning on the limbs before progressing to the
Ew.
head, neck, back,
Ew.
and groin. These cysts are painful to the touch, and the subject will be compelled to resist any attempts to remove them in spite of the pain and discomfort. As the cysts grow and spread, they will rupture the skin and slowly decrease the metabolic functions of the subject. At a point approximately 5
not the
weeks
cock.
after initial exposure, the cysts will burst open, revealing the mature, adult human tooth that has been
Ew.
growing beneath the surface. Once the tooth has emerged, it cannot be removed from the skin tissue except via surgery. Once the subject has reached this stage, the breakouts of teeth will occur faster and faster, spreading until they have covered all of the extremities, and then will begin to manifest in the soft tissues of the palate,
Ew.
the inner ear, and ocular tissues, spreading to every orifice.
Under the fucking
This
eyelids,
stage of the
bro.
infection resembles an infestation of SCP-478, though the teeth are lacking the interior nerve and pulp present in those created by SCP-478. Though the teeth may be removed through surgery, as I mentioned, the surgery is only a temporary fix. After any teeth are removed from the body, new growths will
It just
form in
keeps
their place.
growing.
After 8 weeks following initial infection, the entire body of the subject will
God,
be
how
covered
is
in
she
a layer
still
of teeth,
alive?
or SCP-1994-2. But then, it all gets even worse. The teeth will begin to develop carious lesions across all of their surfaces. It is unknown how these teeth decay, given the fact that they are not exposed to any acid-producing oral bacteria. But they do decay just the same, and the process is highly unpleasant. Over the course of no more than 7
Ew.
days, all the thousands of
Can you
teeth across
imagine
the
the
subject's
smell?
body begin to show signs of gross decay and release that aforementioned infectious white powder.
Barnacle man.
This is possibly due to the use of fungus in the serum's development phase, as this white powder is somewhat reminiscent of fungal spores. After the subject's body is covered in fully rotten teeth, they will perish in the ultimate stage of infection. The cause of death is due to the combination of weakened immune system, exposure to massive amounts of decay, and the inability to eat anything or receive nutrition intravenously. No subjects have lived longer than 2 weeks past full decay. SCP-1994 was discovered during a raid
No
conducted by the
subjects have lived
Foundation in
past-
collaboration with Blue
past
Division
full
P
decay.
operatives
That's
in the former
crazy.
USSR in 1959. When they raided the
fucking
laboratory,
crazy.
the Foundation discovered 9 instances of SCP-1994-3. 7 had already died, and 2 were decaying.
Ew.
Dr. Yelkov was nowhere to be found, but the Foundation did recover
The
his notes and
smell,
journals.
bro.
The fairies he spoke of in
It
his
must
notes were
smell
also
so
nowhere to be
bad.
found, and the Foundation was unable to confirm their existence for several years. But then, they discovered an instance of SCP-478 in the wild. Dr. Yelkov really had encountered these creatures, captured them, studied them. Any instances of SCP-478 that are found are to be surgically removed
what's
from
it
their
doing?
victims before
Oh.
death and kept in one piece. After they have been recovered, they must be kept in specialized vacuum-sealed lockers in Biosite 66. As instances of SCP-478 do not appear to be able to pass through solid matter, they may be held indefinitely, as long as no damage occurs. Victims who have only been mildly affected by SCP-478 may be given ordinary treatment in a civilian medical establishment, though Foundation surgeons must perform the procedure under the guise of orthodontic surgery. As with ordinary surgery, the patient must be sedated. Victims who have been severely affected by SCP-478 must be taken to Biosite 16 for study. Because of the
For
unique
study.
way in which
Ah,
SCP-478
to be cut
works,
open, you
infected
mean?
individuals must not be terminated prematurely. Victims who have been deemed capable of a full recovery are to be treated for infection and released from Foundation custody. After recovering, they must be given a Class B amnestic, and false memories must be planted as to avoid arousing any suspicion. Though the process of infection that SCP-1994-3 instances
That
go
one's
through
just
shares some
nasty.
symptoms with an SCP-478 infestation, many of the symptoms differ dramatically. This in particular interests me. It would seem that the chemical components produced by SCP-478 are not the only factor in their effects on the human body. Something else must be responsible, something that requires the physical presence of one of these so-called fairies, rather than just the compounds they secrete or the chemical reactions they cause. Though I disagree deeply with his methodology, I can see why Dr. Yelkov was so compelled to study these creatures. If the Foundation is ever able to track down Dr. Yelkov, provided he is still alive, they may be
He
able to
looks like an
discover more
angry
about these
butcher.
tooth fairies. If Dr. Yelkov had left the other nameless researcher
Yeah, I
alive,
guess it's pretty
he might have
tame
learned even more
compared
about
to,
them, how
you
to
know,
communicate with them, for
the
example.
world is
If
doomed.
that other man's story is to be
There is
believed,
no hope.
these beings are sentient. They have names, their own language, and are capable of intelligent communication. Maybe, with some further study and some cooperative living specimens, the Foundation could learn the secrets of the fairy language just as the other doctor did. Imagine the possibilities if we could speak to these creatures. Perhaps they could ask them why it is they do what they do to us. Perhaps they could broker some sort of peace between the species. Perhaps, and this might be naively optimistic of me, they could ask them to stop. In the meantime, if
They
you
could
find a
ask them
quarter
to
under your pillow,
not.
make sure to check the inside of your mouth. You might just find an uninvited guest. Check out the Dr. Bob Patreon and become a junior researcher
Can
today.
you just not?
Now go and watch another entry from the files of Dr. Bob, like SCP-2450. Teeth.
I mean, I feel like we kind of have to watch this one after that. Like, it's just teeth.
Dr. Bob has 3 other teeth SCP vids if you're interested.
I can see that. There is more teeth, indeed.
SCP 2450, SCP 5150.
Like, would you mind not?
Or the tooth fairy will get used.
I think I'm good on the teeth. Handsome shy guy. What if SCP-096 was put into SCP-914? Antimatter parasite. Oh god. Chewing gum. A living stick figure. Okay, I'll have the chewing gum
and
one.
Turns into unimaginable shapes. Eyes glow in the dark. Shadowy entities appear around you.
Who
mimicking
starts a
your
conversation
every
like
move.
that?
Would you like a stick of gum? In a small seaside town nestled just along the coast
how
of
it
New England,
feels to
and at
chew
least an
fine
hour's
gum.
drive away from any major city, there isn't much to do but brave the chilly ocean waters, crowd onto the rocky beach, or walk along the boardwalk. For most of the residents of this quaint little town, the choice is clear. Years ago, when the town was at the height of its success as a tourist destination, visitors would flock from all over the country, descending on the boardwalk like the seagulls that swarm around the food stands in search of an errant French fry. In its heyday, the boardwalk boasted a small amusement park with a roller coaster and a Ferris wheel, an arcade with the latest in 1980s video game technology, several stands selling hot dogs and crispy French fries coated in grease and salt, and the pride and joy of many a local,
Sweet
a classic,
shop.
old-fashioned candy store. Today,
I
the
love
arcade
candy
is all but
stores.
empty, with 1 or 2 players
I love
occasionally
candy.
wandering in to try their hand at the now vintage attractions inside. The amusement park is still standing, but the rides have faded and chipped. The stands still sell their wares, but the lines are shorter than they once were. And at the center of it all, the beloved candy shop is struggling to hold on. The price of waterfront property has climbed, while tourism has dwindled. And with online shopping taking over the market, well, the candy shop's owner
Wow.
can scarcely scrape enough money together to keep the roof over
Just
his
sell
head.
your stuff online
On this
too.
particular day, the shop owner is restocking his shelves, the door propped open to let in just enough of the crisp, salty ocean breeze to keep his head clear and his spirits up. It's getting harder and harder to maintain the cheerful demeanor he's known for, to step into his red and white striped suit every day and smile for the few tourists who poke their heads into the shop. But still, he keeps at it. He loves this little store, and he'll keep holding on to it until there's nothing left to hold. He fills glass containers with colorful little hard candies, slides boxes of saltwater taffy onto shelves, and places blocks of
Saltwater
fudge in the glass
taffy.
case by the cash register. All the while, he takes a little sample of each product for himself. A candy here, a small square of fudge there, to keep his energy up. Besides,
He
he
needs
would never
to.
sell a product he didn't taste test first.
Exactly.
Only the best for his customers, though they were few and far between these days. Especially this time of year, as the air grows colder and the days get shorter, sunshine becomes a limited commodity as the summer turns to autumn. So it comes as quite a surprise to the older man
Just a
when
little
he hears
bit
a knock
for-
at the shop
for old
door.
little me.
He turns and sees a delivery man standing there with a stack of packages. This is especially odd, as he can't recall
Favorite
ordering
type
anything.
of
But the
candy?
delivery
Oh
man
boy.
explains that these
Sour
packages are
candies.
product samples from an up-and-coming candy company, one specializing
love
in novelty
sour.
chewing gum.
Sour
They are providing
candies.
samples to a variety of small candy businesses, as well as larger retail outlets, in order to conduct market research. These particular flavors, the delivery man promises, cannot be found anywhere else. Well, the promise of a new, exclusive product to draw new customers in is more than a little bit
Sour
exciting for the
candy
shopkeeper.
is so good.
Without a second
yeah,
thought,
sour
he
candy
signs for the packages
clears,
and
bro,
carries them
for
inside.
sure.
The shop has carried a few varieties of chewing gum over the years: mint, cinnamon, fruit, and even prank gum that turns a person's tongue black when they chew it. What could possibly be so unique about this gum? He's determined to find out. As he cuts open the boxes, the shopkeeper is greeted with brightly colored packaging that looks, for the most part, like any other gum packaging out there. He does quickly notice one unusual difference, though: the flavor names. Each of them begins with the phrase, tastes like, which is
Tastes
a
like.
clever enough branding choice, but the flavors themselves are odd. He lifts the first packet and reads its label, brow furrowing in confusion. Tastes like youth. What could that possibly mean? For a novelty candy, this gum sure is especially novel. Well, he never stocks a product without trying it out for himself first. So he unwraps a piece of the bright pink gum and pops it into his mouth. The first thing that he notices is the taste, an overwhelming sweetness tinged with nostalgia. It tastes like cotton candy, but not just any cotton candy. It tastes like the cotton candy he once enjoyed as a little boy on this very boardwalk, a flavor he hasn't experienced
It actually
in 60
does taste
years.
like you.
The next thing that he notices is that his eyes are aching all of a sudden. He takes off his glasses for a moment and is shocked by what he sees. Everything, clearly, without the aid of the lenses. His vision is like it was when he was a young man, before age had blurred the edges of everything in his line of sight. His joints have stopped aching, and he feels a sudden surge of energy, the sudden urge to run, to jump, to click his heels together. He rushes to the bathroom mirror, half expecting to see his younger face staring back at him. No, he still looks the same, but he feels decades younger. His mind reels, and he can't think of anything to do but laugh.
Music.
This gum. It should be impossible, but this piece really does taste like youth. This might just be the product that saves the
Accurate
store.
flavor.
The invigorating effect lasts, all in all, for about a half hour. But during that half hour, the shopkeeper feels more optimistic than he has in many, many years. And the feeling lingers even after the gum's effects
He
subside.
acts like he just took some
But what other
hardcore
flavors did he
drugs.
receive? The delivery man brought 3 boxes. So what about the other 2? He opens the second box and pulls out a pack. Tastes like Mom used to make.
Cute.
Well, that's even more vague than the first one. But after the experience of the previous one, he's eager to discover exactly what that could mean. He unwraps a piece, studies its light brown color, and pops it into his mouth. As soon as he begins to chew, the flavor explodes on his tongue, taking him back once again to his childhood.
Explodes,
Brown
fucking
butter,
killing him.
Sugar, chocolate chips, a hint of
He
vanilla.
fucking died.
It can't be. But it is. It's
Tastes
his
like your
mother's
mother.
chocolate chip cookie recipe. How could the manufacturers have possibly recreated it so perfectly? The flavor passes quickly, and eager to confirm his experience and make sure it was real, he grabs another piece. This
Another
one
one.
tastes entirely different. Blueberry pancakes, like his mother used to make on Sunday mornings, dripping with syrup and
He's
melted butter.
addicted.
This is the most unusual chewing gum indeed. In all his years of selling candy, of tasting every unusual innovation or novelty product, he never dreamed it could be like this. Now for the third package, he slices the box open
Tastes like
and finds
death.
black packages inside, emblazoned with eerie red writing. The text read, "Tastes like your worst nightmare." The
Ugh.
shopkeeper feels a chill run down his spine, his hands shaking with nerves as he unwraps a piece of the pitch black gum. But he can't stop himself. He has to satisfy his curiosity to discover what nightmares taste like. He pops the piece into his mouth and begins to
Chad,
chew.
oh my god, Chad.
At first, he's almost
He's fucking
disappointed.
dead.
It doesn't
He'll-
taste like
he'll
much of
fucking die.
anything. Vaguely sweet, almost creamy, like finishing a glass of warm milk before bed. But as he chews, the shop around him begins to blur and warp, lights dimming until he is standing in the dark. The hairs on his arms stand to attention, and he becomes overwhelmed with the sensation of eyes on his back. Something's here, and it's watching him. He spins around and finds nothing there. But wait, what's that? Out of the corner of his eye, a shadow darting just
nightmare
out of
is
sight
nothing, never
into the
mind.
storage room in the back.
It's something.
Against his will, his feet begin to carry the man toward that room, following the shadow. The door to the storeroom is shut.
These
It wasn't
animals
shut
ain't
before.
shit.
Something
Whoa.
closed it when it darted inside. But it's in there now,
Fuck.
waiting for him. His stomach turns as his hand reaches for the doorknob, turning it inch by inch. His nerves are screaming at him to
Every
stop,
inch
to
counts.
turn and run. But as if trapped in a
That
nightmare,
was no
his body
microdose.
refuses to obey him. He
That
pushes
was
the
no
door open with a pronounced
paracetamol.
creak, and there, in the darkness, 2 glowing red eyes gaze out at him. The shopkeeper's heart leaps into his throat, and in a moment of clarity, he spits out the gum. All at once, the glowing eyes are gone. The lights have come back on, and the nightmare is over. He resolves not to stock that particular flavor in the shop and tucks the box away in the back of that same storage room.
Why not?
Before long,
Let
his two new
people
nostalgic
suffer.
flavors of magic chewing gum draw the attention of the SCP Foundation, who, after
had
paying
two
the man
of
enough
the
money
gum.
to keep the shop open for the foreseeable future, call it a finder's fee, take the gum samples into custody and give them the classification SCP-1200. The designation SCP-1200 applies to all
There's so
instances of
many.
chewing gum distributed under the brand Tastes Like Chewing Gum. Packages of this gum have been spotted in various grocery and convenience stores around the United States,
A
appearing
chewing
seemingly
gum
at
that
random.
tastes like
Each
chewing
pack
gum.
of
No
gum
way.
features a logo identifying the manufacturer as simply the factory. Whenever a human subject masticates or chews a piece of the gum,
I
a certain
understood
anomalous
something
effect
very
will occur.
different.
This effect varies depending on the color
I was like, whenever a human subject. What now?
and flavor of the given gum. There have currently been 83 flavors of SCP-1200 identified and
Damn!
cataloged. Swallowing this gum does not appear to produce any additional anomalous effects. Also, contrary to what certain popular misinformation might say, this gum, or any gum in fact, does not stay in the digestive tract for 7 years. The 83 flavors on file
who
can be
made
found in
this shit up? I swear to God.
SCP-1200-EKV,
Who
which
made
was
this up?
unfortunately impossible for me to obtain during my research into SCP-1200. The official file does, however,
Excuse
include
me
a partial
while
list
I'll
of some of these flavors.
masticate.
Though I would have preferred to conduct a more comprehensive review, this at least provides a bit of valuable additional context for the
To
anomalous
attempt to
product.
mix all
So let's
83
review some of the
flavors.
most
Oh my gosh,
memorable
yes.
SCP-1200 flavors and their recorded effects on human test subjects. SCP-1200-12 is a lime green colored gum flavor, which is, funnily enough, called Tastes Like Lemons. When a human subject chews
Lemon.
this flavor, their gustatory
I
perception
love
is
lemon
altered for the next
flavors.
28 hours. No matter what they eat during that time frame, it will taste like lemons. A bit odd,
that's
but
amazing!
not harmful, unless the subject just really hates the taste of lemon. After the 28-hour period is up, all food reverts to its original taste. SCP-1200-15 is a bright yellow flavor, tastes like sunshine. When a test subject eats this
Has
flavor,
a
they
little
will
sun in
become
the mouth.
luminescent, emitting over 40,000 lux of white light. This effect, while disconcerting to witness, does not do any harm to the subject exhibiting it. The subject's luminescence lasts for approximately 20 minutes at full intensity, and then the light begins to dim gradually until it disappears completely after 4
Glow.
more minutes. You may have noticed that this flavor is a great deal more abstract than tastes like lemons. Well, they only get more unusual from here. The next flavor detailed in the file for SCP-1200
Rubik's
is
Cube.
SCP-1200-29. Tastes like Rubik's Cube.
Actually-
Like the cube for which it's named, this flavor is multicolored, checkered in white, orange, green, red,
No
yellow, and blue.
I
When a
pre-watched
subject
it,
eats
chat.
this flavor,
I
their
pre-watched
body
it.
takes on a unique property for the next 216
You
minutes.
become a fucking
During
Rubik's
this
Cube.
window of time, the subject will be able to rearrange segments of their body, both internal and external, at will. This has no impact on the subject's health or comfort, even when rearranging bones,
Brother.
muscles, and vital organs. However, these alterations cause secondary changes within the body as it compensates for the movements. Unfortunately, this means that the first test subject to consume this flavor during SCP Foundation trials was unable to return her body to its original orientation before the 216 minutes were up. She failed to solve the puzzle, and now her left and right hands are permanently swapped. The next flavor included in the file is SCP-1200-30, a dark blue gum
Picasso.
that is described as tastes like those forgotten. What could that possibly mean? Well, it means that once a test subject has chewed this flavor, 6 corporeal humanoid entities will manifest in their vicinity. These entities do not appear to be sentient, and their only behavior is mimicking the actions and speech
Well,
of the
they do
subject
say to
and
swap
any other
hands
humans in
every
the
so
area,
often.
such as guards and researchers. These entities linger
I do
for 6
say that,
days
yes.
before disappearing, leaving a homogeneous liquid behind. Analysis of the liquid determined that it consisted of a mixture of organic materials, iron particles, and acrylic paint. SCP-1200-58 is a particularly curious flavor. This white gum tastes like afterlife. When the subject chews it, a
fucking die.
polyhedral crystalline exoskeleton forms around them. Once it has formed, it will levitate 1.3 meters off of the ground. During the first trial, this object remained inert for a period of 62 days. When the 62 days were up, the exoskeleton broke apart, leaving the subject behind and completely unharmed. He was immediately interviewed about his experience inside the structure, and he described being transported to a green meadow where he met his younger brother. This was especially curious considering that the subject does not have any recorded siblings, living or dead. Another notable aspect of this flavor is its effect's resemblance to SCP-1511, crystalline structures that transfer prisoners while showing them some manner of beautiful, false afterlife. The only other flavor included in the file is Tastes Like Moon's Shadow, a red gum that has been tested once on a female research subject. After she finished chewing the piece of gum, a series of incorporeal, translucent, leporine organisms began to emerge from the walls of the cell where the subject was being kept. During this entire process, the subject claimed
The arms look like fingers.
the walls of the cell where the subject was being kept.
Like someone
During
just
this entire process,
finger
the subject
puppets them.
claimed to not see the entities, nor did she feel it when they approached her, reached her, and burrowed into her body. Video recordings of the incident were unable to capture these entities. 11 days after the experiment was conducted, the subject was found dead. Despite the lack of visible injuries, her cause of death was determined to be exsanguination. This is
What
the
now?
only recorded fatality resulting from a sample of SCP-1200. There appears to be a link between this gum flavor and SCP-1284, though I have not yet been able to determine the nature of this link. On February
of
20th,
blood.
2003, the SCP Foundation was conducting an investigation completely unrelated to SCP-1200. The exact nature of this original investigation has been redacted from the file, but whatever it was, it's irrelevant to the subject at hand. It isn't the investigation, but what they discovered by complete accident that matters. Foundation operatives stumbled upon a secretive facility that was entirely dedicated to the production of tastes like those forgotten. When the Foundation entered the facility, they discovered an assembly line, as well as 28 anomalous entities dwelling inside. It would appear that these entities, referred to as SCP-1200-A, are part of the company's workforce. Instances of SCP-1200-A are animate humanoid entities whose physiology is composed primarily of wrought iron. They are also coated in several layers of paint, usually in a shade of white, pale blue, or yellow. These layers of paint are worn, faded, and flaking, and the metal beneath is beginning to rust.
I hope they get a fair
Whenever
pay.
they were made, it was some time ago, and they have fallen into a state of
That
disrepair.
looks just like my coworkers.
Each instance has no facial features on its head, and the only feature present is
Soulless.
one large circular opening, which seems to operate a bit like a mouth. In addition to discovering the facility and its anomalous workers, this discovery gave the Foundation some new insight into the production process for this particular flavor of tastes like chewing gum. The image that it painted was, well, troubling. When instances of SCP-1200-A are not contained, they will attempt to collect recently deceased human cadavers and
Ew.
transport them to the production facility. If they are permitted
Why?
to do so, they will collect these bodies from freshly dug graves or even poorly guarded morgues and carry them back to the facility. There, an
That's
SCP-1200-A instance will take one of its chosen corpses and begin to regurgitate paint, biological matter, and small slags of iron into the body's mouth.
Ew!
I apologize for the stomach-turning imagery, but there is simply no pleasant way to describe this process.
Brother, ew!
The instance will repeat
Chad,
this
what is
process over a
that?
period of several weeks until the body begins to liquefy under the
Ew!
influence of whatever matter the entity has pumped into it. The process only ceases when the body begins to liquefy, eventually leaving behind nothing but a thick, homogeneous liquid, which will suddenly disappear soon after. How it disappears and where it goes is
Oh my
unknown.
god. Why did I draw Dr. Bob sitting there clutching a long object like that? What did I... What?
But I can make
Please,
an unpleasant guess.
manspreading.
Chemical analysis of some of this liquid has identified it as the substance that makes up 80% of the
That's
sample of
right.
tastes like those forgotten. It would appear that this particular flavor of chewing gum and Soylent Green have a key ingredient in common: people. No other
People.
facilities have been discovered at this point, so it is uncertain whether the key ingredients in other gum flavors are quite as macabre. Following the discovery of this facility, the Foundation cross-referenced its communication archives for any potential mentions of the facility or facilities like it. This investigation uncovered a surprisingly relevant phone call hidden in the archives. The call was made on June 2nd, 1999, from a payphone about 2 kilometers from the facility discovered in 2003. The recording contains one single unidentified male voice, and a transcription of the call's contents is included.
Herrick, this is Davis. I'm all done with the
Dr.
psychopods
Bob,
here.
more like Daddy.
We redirected the
Daddy
output to the
Doctor.
location you
Dr.
wanted.
Daddy Bob.
Weren't any problems there. The goo
Doc-
should start
Dr.
arriving to you
Daddy.
shortly. About
Bob.
your other order, Morton spotted some nano hives in Budapest. I'm heading out there tomorrow. They should do nicely for your task after some tinkering. Make sure there won't be any issues with my payment this time. If your contacts at the factory are unwilling, I can always find someone else. Call you in 2 weeks.
Any discovery and seizure of SCP-1200 instances must be performed by the FDA under CFR Title 21. Once the instances are in the possession of the FDA, these samples will be replaced with non-anomalous duplicates, and the originals are to be transferred to Foundation Site 197. SCP-1200-A instances do not require food or oxygen to survive, and therefore are to be kept contained in individual reinforced containers, which are stored in the I-TL-1 wing of Site 197. 2 days after the SCP-1200-A base facility was dismantled, the SCP Foundation received a series of packages. These packages were
Chewing
delivered
gum.
to several facilities, and all contained the same thing, a new, previously undocumented flavor of gum. This gum was completely colorless, and the packaging read, "Tastes like normalcy." Test subjects who chewed the gum said that it had no noticeable flavor at all, and no anomalous effects occurred. It seems that the creators of Tastes Like Chewing Gum took notice of the Foundation's investigation and decided to create a custom flavor, or lack thereof, for the organization. The identity of the company's higher-ups, or the gum's creators, is still unknown. Unfortunately, the trail has gone
Imagine
cold
just
for now.
chewing like
But don't
nothing.
lose hope. It's possible more facilities are out there, waiting to be discovered. Keep that dream alive, investigators, and don't let me burst your bubble. Get it?
Pop.
Like
Yeah, I
bubble
get it.
gum?
No. Thank you.
Well, there's a reason I became a researcher and not a comedian.
I
Check
would
out
like
the
to
Dr. Bob
chew on
Patreon
some-
and become a junior
No,
researcher
okay.
today.
No
homework-
questions. No questions asked. Mayonnaise worms. Zero questions asked. Mayonnaise worms.
This man in the alley looks down at his arm, wide-eyed in horror.
Mayonnaise worms.
Is his skin
No butt. No
moving?
No
It
Liddy,
almost
please.
seems to
No.
bubble, like
I
water
saw
coming to
the
a boil.
title.
He's
We are
experiencing
watching
a kind of
mayonnaise
pain he
worms.
can't even imagine. He can feel something moving up against his bones,
Which
chewing
is
through the
probably just a
calcium.
cover up
He
for
can't
cum
move.
worms.
They're everywhere inside him, just eating.
Mayonnaise and an
He opens his mouth to
escalator.
scream, but they've
Going
already chewed too
upstairs,
many
so
holes
see
through his
you
lungs
later.
for him to make a sound. Within the hour, he will be dead. But what's killing him? The store owner pulls a gleaming, serrated-edge knife from the knife block, and with deft, practiced hands, he slices a delicious ciabatta roll in two.
Ah,
From there, he butters
That's why
the
you
bread,
clicked it?
slices
No,
a juicy
mayonnaise is
pair
my
of New
favorite
York steaks
condiment
into
by
thick,
far.
medium-rare chunks.
That's why.
Giant
Adds in some
tapeworm
diced
skin.
vegetables and lettuce
Mayo.
leaves, sprinkles on
Mayo.
just a pinch of lime zest, and hey presto, he's got
Hi.
a delectable Caribbean-style pork sandwich.
Oh my
It's
god.
a thing of beauty, but he can't help but feel it's missing something. Oh, that's it. The thought hits him like a lightning bolt. This sandwich would be delicious, but it'd also be far too dry. How could he have made such a rookie mistake? He saunters across the kitchen and reaches into one of the many luxuriously appointed cabinets, feeling around for one of the many jars of mayonnaise he's got stowed away in there. He twists off the cap with a pleasing pop
He is
and
so
spreads a little
cultured.
mayo onto the sandwich.
He is so
Looks
cultured.
positively
Yes.
delicious. And
Mayonnaise.
he wastes no time in placing it pride of place in the display case. Everything is moving along perfectly. Boston is a foodie town.
Fuck
That's
yeah,
what the store owner tells
mayonnaise.
himself as he flips around the sign on the door from closed to open for the very first time. After years working as a chef in other people's restaurants, the store owner has racked up the experience to strike out on his own and achieve his dream. A boutique sandwich store on the Boston waterfront, where tourists from hither and yon would be able to enjoy artisanal sandwiches while browsing the city's many historic locales. His employees are busying themselves around the store. They're all people he personally interviewed and selected. They all aligned with his mission and had a passion for sandwiches. One wipes down the tables in prep for the inevitable rush of customers when it turns lunchtime. Another is artfully posing a selection of pre-made sandwiches behind a sheet of glass at the counter. leg ham and strong cheese,
Ew.
BLT, tuna mayo, and, of course,
What the fuck?
glass at the counter. Leg ham and...
What the fuck was that? That looks.
Lily, mayo is
Chat, what is
literally
that?
just eggs and fat. Also, womp womp.
Yeah, how's that bad? Also, there's a winning guard in there usually.
and strong cheese, BLT, tuna mayo, and, of course,
I should
lobster.
not call
You
her.
can't forget this is Boston, after all. But as the hours creep on, something horrible happens. Nobody shows up.
No.
The store owner doesn't know what he's done wrong. He managed to pay for an ad about the grand opening in one of the local papers and released some coupons in a local food magazine, too. He even put a grand opening sign and garland in the window, showing off the grand opening discount. For every sandwich a customer buys, they'll get another half off. But it seems that none of this conventional business wisdom actually shook out. His optimism
was
wanes
so
as the course of the day
happy.
passes, and though they're all keeping up brave faces, he can see the doubt in the eyes of his employees, too. All of their minds are bubbling with the same terrifying thought, too awful to ever be spoken aloud. This whole thing has been a complete bust. When closing time comes, the store owner gathers his employees together to give him a pep talk, hoping to assuage all their fears about potentially losing their new jobs the same week they got them. He gives an inspiring speech about the importance of perseverance and grit and sticking to their dreams, despite the fact that there may be discouraging setbacks along the way. As he listens to himself talking, it occurs to him that these are the words he needs to hear, as much as they are the words he needs to say. But after they've all gone home, he's left alone, looking at the uneaten sandwiches in the display case. The anxiety of the day has killed any hope of his appetite, and then it dawns on him. Those sandwiches are going to be stale by tomorrow. All his hard work, all his passion. He's going to need to throw them out.
Gone.
He takes the Caribbean pork sandwich first and morosely exits out of the back door. He sees the dumpster around the back of the building, but he also sees something else. A homeless man, looking cold and hungry, wrapped in dirty sheets deep in the alley. And in that moment, he has an idea. Perhaps he can still serve a hungry person today. The store owner offers his precious sandwich to the homeless man, who gratefully accepts, deciding it would be a terrible waste to just throw food away while there was a man going hungry behind his building. He
The
gives all the
SCP
sandwiches from
mail.
the display case to the homeless man, who acts like it's the first time someone has been kind to him in many, many years.
Oh no.
He eats every single sandwich and tells the store owner that it's one of the tastiest meals he's ever had. Clearly, when it comes to making sandwiches, the store owner has a gift. In one moment, he's reminded of why he does this, making people happy with food. He has no idea that, in a sense, he's just murdered the man who rekindled his passion. The next day, things change for the better. With renewed passion and vigor for the art of making and selling delicious sandwiches to tourists and the Boston public, he puts his all into the sandwich business, and Lady Luck responds. A few customers each day at first, and then the place becomes a local curiosity, the subject of online write-ups and must-visit in Boston lists. There are familiar faces that he sees every single day, and it's only a matter of weeks until he needs to start implementing a waiting list for customers. Business is booming, and despite his sudden and miraculous success, the store owner never forgets what sparked his second wind. He owes it all to the homeless man out behind the store, who reminded him of his true purpose. One day, he decides he needs to repay his old friend. He whips up a delicious tuna mayo sub and steps outside to give it to the homeless man. But the man is gone.
Oh.
It's strange.
He fucking
He's left some
died.
crumpled
You
clothes
killed him.
behind and the piece of cardboard he'd always sleep on. But the man is gone. The store owner steps forward, concerned for the man's safety. It had been a particularly cold and unforgiving winter after all. But he sees something instead that utterly disgusts him. In amongst the scattered clothes, there's a worm-like creature, glistening white and about a foot
Tapeworm.
long. It lays there in the pile of clothes, mercifully dead. But the mere sight of it so revolts the store owner that he drops the tuna mayo sub onto the ground, splattering it across the asphalt. It's a terrible waste of food, but after seeing that disgusting worm thing, he doesn't have any kind of appetite for the rest of the day. If that's as terrible as this whole thing got, it would have been bad enough. But the floodgates of terror are about to open, and when it does,
actual
only a
jizz
certain
worm.
organization has the tools to close it.
The sex
The store
ed
owner
class
starts
is
noticing
weird.
strange things at work after that. Something about the regulars. Some of them seem kind of strange and doughy. They've got pallid skin and a vacant look behind their eyes. Some of them who've ordered the same sandwich day after day, who've memorized the menus by heart, are taking full minutes to decide what they want to order, as though the workings of their very minds have been gummed up. As disturbing as these strange little signs are, they're nothing compared to the nightmarish things a number of Boston EMTs and emergency room doctors were encountering around that same time. People collapsing in their homes in a state of extreme pain, their panicked friends and spouses calling in, crying and unable to explain what's happening to their formerly healthy loved ones. This, of course, would be disturbing enough. But what happens to these people
what
after
kind
being
of
taken
mayonnaise is
in
that?
takes it to a
Where
whole
did
other
Bro get
level.
this from?
In every single case, the technicians see something moving under their skin. They take x-rays, ultrasounds, or in some cases, even make incisions, and the result is always the same. The
Worms.
bodies of the people experiencing these symptoms are full of thousands upon thousands of white worms, eating their innards from within, slowly killing them in perhaps the most painful way imaginable. Even seasoned doctors are passing out from sheer horror when they see the masses of impossible white parasites wriggling within their patients. The one piece of
Gross.
vital information they don't have is that all these victims had recently eaten at a certain up-and-coming sandwich store on the Boston Harbor. After 10 weeks of business, things are starting to cool down again for the sandwich store. The owner thinks that's to be expected. That opening FOMO hype can't go on forever. But the mysterious absence of some of his most loyal repeat customers is undeniably a little disturbing to him. Is it something he did wrong? Did he somehow alienate
Kill
them?
them all?
These thoughts are plaguing his mind when he's alone in the store one evening, cleaning up after everyone else has gone
My
home.
skin is itchy.
His thoughts are so occupied that, as he's preparing to screw the top back onto a jar of mayonnaise, he accidentally drops it. The jar stays intact, but a large, disgusting blob of mayo splatters out onto the floor. Great, now he has to clean that up. He picks up the jar and takes it into the back alley, where he intends to throw it into the dumpster. With half of it spilled out onto the ground, it's too much of a hygiene risk for him to keep it in the restaurant anymore. But before he can throw it into the trash, his arm freezes in a moment of inexplicable hesitation. In that strange moment, it occurs to him that it's the only one in the cabinet of that particular brand. He's used it on so many sandwiches before, and yet he's never needed to buy a new jar of it either. On a pure whim, he decides to inspect it closer.
It's like
The
the
label on
endless
the back
bottle.
of the jar reads, water, vegetable oil, vinegar, eggs, eggs, eggs.
Eggs.
Eat eggs. Be eggs. Your flesh is but the nursery and sustenance of our incalculable ravenous mouths. Eat eggs. Consume us. Let us be realized within you. Sugar, salt, lemon juice, and love. Oh, he thinks to himself.
Oh.
That isn't good. Without a second's delay, he runs back into the sandwich store, wondering with horror just what exactly he'd been feeding his customers all this time. But these thoughts are interrupted when he sees that the mess of mayonnaise is somehow gone from the floor. He didn't clean it up, did he? Something is terribly wrong here. That's the only thing he knows for certain. He may not even be safe in here. He lunges out and grabs a frying pan, the one he uses to sizzle up the steak for the store's famous Boston-style cheesesteak sandwiches, and assumes a defensive position. His instincts might just save his life here.
It crawled
Something
up his
watches him from the
ass!
shadows. Without warning, something comes squealing towards him, about the size of a rat, with shiny, smooth, white skin, propelling itself along the ground on a collection of horrid little tendrils. It makes a horrific shrieking sound and lunges for him. Almost instinctually, he whacks it with his frying pan, sending it flying across the kitchen, where it lands against the wall with a splat.
Yeah, baby.
Did he just get attacked by a living blob of mayonnaise? Before he can even contemplate all the implications of that, he sees the splat slithering down the wall and gathering in a puddle on the floor. This puddle then twists and warps, taking the exact same horrible shape it had before. Tendrils sliding out of its shimmering skin. It must have formed out of the contents of almost the entire mysterious jar. And it dawns on him all at once, in every single sandwich his shop had served which contained mayonnaise, he's been putting these little monsters into people's bodies. And as the beast shakes off the shock and prepares to charge again, he's starting to worry that he might be in for the same fate. Only in Boston, right? Whether you love or despise mayonnaise, it's likely
I
that
love
SCP-2484, aptly titled The
It's the
Parasitic
best
Mayonnaise Worms,
condiment there
made you
is.
feel a little queasy. But if you're anything like the Foundation field agents who first discovered this caustic condiment, you likely have some pressing questions about
I
what
almost
exactly
threw
you just
up.
witnessed. Thanks to my research into a number
Oh,
of classified
no.
files,
It's
I'm
not
able to
that
give you the
bad.
answers.
I feel like the
But
previous
I'm
one was
afraid I
worse.
can't tell you that
The
it won't
teeth
get
one
any
was
less
the worst
repulsive.
one of them all.
To the untrained eye,
The teeth one was
SCP-2484
nasty. The
is a
tooth
mayonnaise
fairy
jar of
one,
indeterminate brand containing approximately 1,024 grams of a substance that, to all chemical tests, seems to be identical to regular mayonnaise. This substance, for the sake of avoiding confusion, will be referred to as SCP-2484-A. While inside the jar, SCP-2484-A poses no threat to anyone. But the second the anomalous mayonnaise leaves the jar or is consumed by a vertebrate animal, the disturbing effects you've already witnessed take hold. The jar contains an infinite quantity of this mayonnaise too. When the contents of SCP-2484 are removed, it will begin to refill by 2 milliliters every hour. Luckily for the Foundation's biohazard control units, SCP-2484-A can be destroyed in any manner that non-anomalous mayonnaise can be destroyed. Personally, I've never contemplated ways of destroying mayonnaise, so
Same, I
I'll leave
was
the
like
devising
them.
of these methods to greater minds than my
Like
own.
coming up with all
Any
kinds of
quantity
ways
of
to destroy mayonnaise.
SCP-2484-A less than 5 grams doesn't seem to display any anomalous properties. So if you're content with a tiny quantity of mayo on your food, you may encounter this anomaly and live to tell the tale. But masses between 5 grams and 63 grams are another story. These masses will develop a repulsive, congealed membrane, a kind of smooth, glossy skin over their body, as well as crude, tentacle-like pseudopods. These creatures will slither and crawl around without any real direction. These won't pose any threat to other organisms, so long as they don't touch or ingest them. If only
You
the
like
same
your
could be
hot dogs
said for the
unwarmed?
larger ones.
Gosh,
Slightly
chat, you're
larger
so
creatures
picky,
formed out
bro.
of SCP-2484-A, specifically
Look at
ones
him.
weighing between 63
He's just
grams
a little
and
mayonnaise
235 grams,
puppy.
will move with more direction and purpose. They will seek out solid foods and potable liquids, diffusing themselves into them and infecting them with their secondary anomalous quality, which we'll discuss shortly. Needless to say, one should avoid
Squash.
consuming food infected in this manner at all costs.
It's just a
Masses of
mayonnaise puppy.
SCP-2484-A ranging from 235 grams to 804 grams take a more direct and aggressive route to infecting their hosts. They will use their pseudopods to actively seek out vertebrate animals and try to enter their body through any means necessary. From all major bodily orifices and even more novel methods of intrusion, such as pores and open wounds. But this is nothing compared to the danger presented by masses of SCP-2484-A ranging from
What the fuck
804
was
grams
that?
to 1,024 grams.
They pulled
These
an
creatures are
anthem
highly
out.
violent and aggressive, stopping at nothing to attack and enter
My
vertebrate
hole
animals,
is open.
going as far as forcing themselves through the victim's skin. It goes without saying that these are the most dangerous types to encounter of any of them, and you may need to brush up on your methods of destroying mayonnaise that we mentioned earlier in order to survive. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that your greatest anti-mayonnaise contingency plans have failed. The anomalous SCP-2484-A mayonnaise has entered your body in a dangerous quantity, which is to say 3 grams per every kilogram of body weight. If this describes your experience, then you're about to undergo the secondary effects of this anomaly,
Uh-oh.
which I'm sorry to tell you are even more unpleasant than the primary effects. At first,
Even more
the effects will appear to be
unpleasant than
relatively benign,
mayonnaise crawling up
including
my
higher blood
butthole?
sugar levels, increased heart rate, slower cognition, and higher body heat. Not dissimilar to the effects of consuming a large quantity of non-anomalous mayonnaise. Within the body, however, things will be taking a considerably more drastic turn. The SCP-2484-A in the victim's body will begin to turn into small, gamete-like cells through some kind of anomalous force of metabolization. Then things will accelerate considerably. Within 3 to 6 hours, the cells will develop into tiny nematodes around a millimeter in length that begin swimming through the body. A single gram of SCP-2484-A can become around 500 of these parasitic nematodes. If that's already making your skin itch, it's going to get an awful lot worse from there. Between 5 and 40 hours
I'm
after
never eating mayonnaise ever again.
SCP-2484-A infects
I
its
can't
hosts,
wait to
whether
eat
through
mayonnaise
consumption
again.
or forceful entry, the parasitic nematodes will begin eating the host's tissues, giving them the mass to grow up to 12
I'm so
centimeters
excited
long.
for my next meal.
At which point, the host is
Can't
likely
wait
to
to add
experience
mayo.
horrific pain as they're eaten from within. When the host has been entirely devoured, the parasitic mayonnaise worms will turn on each other and start eating. After all this, only one worm will be left, measuring from 20 to 30 centimeters in length. It will then enter a dormant state and die within 4 days. As obligate parasites, the creatures spawned by SCP-2484-A are not designed to survive outside the host body after they've developed. Any worms removed from the victim's body will die within 5 hours, but no attempts thus far to save anyone infected with SCP-2484-A have been successful. Infection is, sadly, invariably lethal. Our opening tale was also the first recorded case study of SCP-2484 encountered by Foundation field agents. The
Lethal
source was an independent
mayonnaise jar.
sandwich store in Boston, Massachusetts, triangulated after a series of reports of strange parasite behavior over a 10-week period. The SCP-2484 jar had been in the store's refrigerator with a number of non-anomalous mayonnaise jars, though the store's owner, when questioned by Foundation operatives, could not remember ever having bought this particular jar of mayo. How it made its way into the store is, to this day, a mystery. Once the Foundation had contained the threat, all surviving sandwich store employees were given amnestics, along with a number of medical personnel who'd also encountered the parasites. All the hosts were, of course, lost. SCP-2484 is currently classified as safe. It is kept in a standard refrigerated perishables unit, essentially a kind of high-security fridge. No more than 400 grams of the anomalous mayonnaise is allowed to be removed for experimentation at any time, and no destructive tests are authorized at this time. Any personnel hoping to access SCP-2484 need to have Level 3 access clearance or above. Condiments can be a loaded issue. I've personally witnessed arguments on the merits of ketchup, mustard, and mayonnaise that have reached greater intensity than some Keter-class containment breaches. But I'd advise you to exercise caution. Next time you make yourself a delicious BLT and you're preparing to spread some mayo across the bread, or you're wondering which flavor will perfectly accompany your next hot dog, take a second to think. You may not know what you're really putting into your body. Check out the Dr. Bob Patreon and become a junior researcher
Also,
today.
I'm going to
Now
eat
go and watch
one
another entry
Kinder
from the files of
Bueno.
Dr. Bob, like SCP-2611,
Large and in
charge.
charge. What the fuck is that title? Oh my god! Printers that eat and eaters that print? What the fuck? Ew. Custom pets.
It's the last day of 6th grade, and there are only seconds left before the final bell rings and school is officially out for summer. An excitable 11-year-old girl sits at her desk.
What the fuck is wrong with the girl? What the fuck is wrong with that girl?
School is officially out for summer. An excitable 11-year-old girl
Lock that
sits
girl
at her
out.
desk,
She's
bouncing her leg
an
in
SCP,
anticipation
bro.
and watching the clock.
Settle down.
Soon, she'll have 3 glorious months of freedom. But more importantly,
She'll be responsible
she can
for the
take her
death of
mom
many
up
people.
on a
I can already
life-changing
tell.
promise. They made a deal when they moved to this new town.
Mhm,
If she could
she's
get through
onto
6th
something.
grade with straight A's and good feedback from her teachers, she could finally get a pet of her own. There were some stipulations, of course. The pet can't be too big, can't make a lot of noise, and needs to be something she can take care of by herself. It was hard work.
A
but she
snake!
buckled down, studied
Perfect!
hard, and even found a math tutor. The time is now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The last bell of the year rings, and the class erupts into cheers. Summer's here. She shoves her books into her bag and runs
God,
out the
that
door so
child
quickly
is
she
on
barely catches
fucking
her teacher's parting
cocaine.
words of,
I
"Have
swear.
a great summer vacation, everyone." The halls
Oh
are
my god,
swamped
speaking
with
of
kids.
cocaine. It's not funny at all. But can you imagine the shock? Go on. Can you imagine the shock when, for some reason, the conversation with my mom, I think it started by just talking about my town. My town is very drug, like, adjacent. Drugs is a big part of why the town that I grew up in even functions. It's like a dead fucking town nowadays. The only reason it's anyhow alive is because there's a secret drug cartel going on, right? Anyway, the shock on my face when my mom just blurts out like it's the most normal fucking thing that, oh yeah, I'm so happy it turned out normal because, you know, people are always having issues and whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, you know, I'm happy. I'm normal too. No drugs, nothing. My mom was like, yeah, all your fucking past classmates are either druggies, prostitutes, or dead. And I'm like, oh. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, no, it's that's a completely normal thing to bring up, just like that. All right, yeah, cool. Oh, all right. Thanks. Goddamn. Like, okay, surely there's gonna be a few more of me sprinkled around there, you know, alive, drugless, hopefully, probably, but nah, the way she just blurts out that, you know, they're all just like on drug. Apparently, what was it? Crack. Oh yeah, apparently crack makes its rounds really, really badly in my town right now and surrounding. Apparently crack is really bad, and you see it on the faces of like people, and just it's really, really bad. Apparently, when I grew up, it was mainly weed for the most part. Of course, we had other drugs too, but it was mainly just, people were just interested in weed, bro. But now crack is apparently really big. That shit dangerous, bro. It fucks you up so quickly. Like,
I fully accept this makes me weird, but wouldn't it be funny to swap out someone's cocaine with dried, powdered semen?
what the fuck? I can't that it wouldn't be funny, but yeah. Yeah, the crack is just holy shit. Apparently it's really bad because it's just popular, and it's just crazy how like young individuals look like they're ending their 30s and 40s because of crack. Like, it's horrible. They look bad, they lose all life in their face, they don't carry themselves properly anymore, their teeth are fucked, it's just sad, their eyes are weird. Crack is fucked up. And it also ages you like crazy. There's nothing wrong with people in their 30s, I'm just saying they look like they are in their 30s. They're not. They age like 10 plus years in a matter of like a year or two, just doing crack. It's crazy. So yeah, that was a shocker when my mom just blurted out like it's the most normal thing that, oh yeah, I'm glad you turned out normal because almost all of your classmates are pretty much just like really dysfunctional druggies, prostitutes, or fucking dead. And I'm like, okay, that is I'm relieved to hear, question mark. What is my reaction supposed to be? She's so blunt, bro. Holy shit.
All rushing toward the buses, their parents' cars, or their final walk home of the school year. She's right there with them, the promise of the day putting an extra spring in her
right
step.
There with them.
Many of the faces in the hall are still
SCP.
unfamiliar. After a year of being the new kid in town, she hasn't made many friends, but none of that matters now. She's going to get a special friend today, something all her own that she can nurture, play with, and won't ever have to worry about impressing. It's only a short walk to the pet store, and then an even shorter walk to her house. As she makes her way down the sidewalk, the sun beaming down on her smiling face, the girl lets her mind wander. What kind of pet should she get? A dog needs to be walked. That might be too much work. A fish? Maybe, but you can't play with a fish. You can't pet a fish, or at least it won't be happy if you try. She remembers a pet tarantula her eccentric aunt once had and shudders. No spiders, definitely not.
A
She
snake!
wants something friendly, something small enough that her mom won't complain, but something she can cuddle and really bond with. Whatever it ends up being, she's going to take great care of it. The walk feels much longer than it is, the anticipation stretching the minutes until they feel like
Pet
hours.
snake is so good.
She spots the sign in the shape of a dog playing with a ball, and her heart skips a beat. She's reached the pet store. Inside, there are an overwhelming number of options. She walks through the reptile section, pressing her face to the class of tanks housing iguanas, slithery snakes, tiny darting lizards with brightly colored tails. Nearby, there are fat green tree frogs and bumpy toads with huge watery eyes. She briefly pauses at the fish, enticed by their vivid colors and the staggering variety of shapes and sizes. But a fish is such a boring pet, she thinks. What can you even do with a fish? She moves on, looking at a litter of fluffy tabby kittens. They romp and roll around on top of each other, flicking their tails and stretching their soft paws. They're adorable, and her heart melts. but then she thinks about having to scoop a litter box and decides to move on. There are roly-poly hamsters and sleek-looking rats, tiny white mice with pink eyes and gerbils running on wheels. Suddenly, a sign catches her eye. Exotic pets, it reads. What could be over there? She tiptoes into the section, almost feeling like she's stumbled into somewhere she shouldn't be. There are ferrets wiggling around and playing with a ball, fluffy chinchillas that look impossibly plush and soft to the touch, little sugar gliders peeking out of
Glad to
cloth
see you
pouches with
checking
wide eyes.
SCP stuff
There's
out.
even a skunk
Much
blinking
love.
at her curiosity.
It's fun.
But
Less
nothing
than
feels
3.
quite right.
Dude,
None
a
of these
skunk
pets seem like
pet.
the one she has to bring home. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she spots something curious. A row of small cardboard packages covered with inviting cartoonish text, advertising something called a custom pet. She picks up one of the packages and reads the description. It sounds impossible, too good to be true. Just buy these packaged eggs, place them anywhere in your house, and a perfectly matched pet will hatch and fit right in.
Ew.
It will become
A rock.
exactly the kind of pet that you need. She looks for any sort of fine print, something that might indicate this is a toy or some kind of joke, but it looks real. Could it be? Shyly, the girl takes one of the packages up to the cash register. The employee goes to scan it, but there's no barcode. Did you bring this in with you? The cashier asks. She shakes her head. Okay, well, we don't sell these, so I guess you can just take it? The girl's eyes go wide. Really? She can just have it for free? The cashier is already waving her off, beckoning the next customer to come check out. Not wanting to question her good luck,
Someone
she
put
takes
it
off
there.
without a second thought.
For
The run
free?
home from the pet store is a total blur of excitement. All she wants to do is get inside, make a peanut butter sandwich, and figure out where to put her new pet's egg before her mom gets home from work. Not that she's doing anything wrong.
How long will it
It's
take
just
to hatch?
easier if she takes care of things before her mom can ask too many
What
questions.
if you just get like a
She's
pet
doing them both a
raspberry?
favor, really, taking care of all the logistics so her mom doesn't have to worry about it. She
Yeah, at
pulls
least
her
it isn't
house key
mail
from her
this
pocket
time.
and unlocks the door with shaking hands. It's almost time. Forget the sandwich. The sandwich can wait. She needs to get upstairs to her room right now and start her life with her new pet, whatever it ends up being. She throws her backpack on her
Mom,
bed
I got
and
it.
sits down on the floor, tearing
You
open
got
the
a what?
cardboard
I got
packaging.
it.
Inside, there are 6 tiny eggs sealed in plastic. She just wants one pet, so she'll start with one egg for now. Of course, if the pet ends up being lonely, maybe it'll want a friend? She shakes off the thought. She can figure all of those details out later. She's just about to puncture the plastic so the egg can breathe when she stops. Where should she put it? She was so excited to leave the store she forgot to pick up a tank or terrarium or somewhere a traditional pet would live. The packaging says these pets can live anywhere, but do they really mean anywhere? If she does something wrong and her new pet is hurt or doesn't hatch at all, it'll just break her heart. Then she spots a potential solution. An old dollhouse, frilly and pastel pink
Uh-oh.
and surprisingly spacious
no.
inside, sits next to her bed. She hasn't played with dolls in a while, insisting she was too old for them when she started 6th grade.
Ew.
But now, she's thrilled that she didn't get rid of her dollhouse just yet. Even if the dolls don't live there anymore, maybe now it can be a home for something
Yeah, that's
new.
about to be a
or
really
whatever
fucking
hatches out of
creepy
this strange little
SCP.
egg. Carefully,
100%.
she breaks the plastic seal on the egg and places it inside the dollhouse. All of the doll furniture and little plastic choking hazards are gone, leaving only a pretty pink Victorian-style enclosure where the egg can safely hatch. Now, all she has to do is wait. Later that night, the girl wakes from a deep sleep to the sound of something moving inside the dollhouse. The skitter of tiny legs, the rustling of something inside the formerly vacant dollhouse.
It's a head crab.
She sits up and is about to go peek inside when a chill of fear runs down her spine. What if it's something horrible? She doesn't know what kind of eggs those were. She'd never seen anything like them before. What if it's a spider or a worm or some other awful, monstrous thing she can't even imagine? And she brought it into her home, to where she and her mom sleep without even questioning
Ew.
it. She sits for a moment, the only sound the rustling of the thing in the dollhouse and her own short, panicked
And
breaths.
this papa tastes
Then
like
there's
normalcy.
another sound, light and sweet, like a little bird chirping. It's coming from the dollhouse. Curiosity finally gets the better of her, and she opens the dollhouse, lifting the roof off. Inside, she spots it. Her new pet. Feathery soft fur, pastel pink and white, covers the little animal, which is currently exploring its new home delightedly. It flicks around a poofy little tail that looks a bit like a lavender feather duster and stops to blink up at her with 2 large, friendly purple
Look!
eyes. Slowly,
Just
she
like
reaches
me.
blink up at her with two large, friendly purple eyes. Slowly, she reaches. Curiosity finally gets the spots it. Her new pet. Feathery, soft fur, pastel pink and white, covers the little animal, which is currently exploring its new home
I'm
delightedly.
an SCP!
It flicks around a poofy little tail that looks a bit like a lavender feather duster and stops to blink up at her with two large, friendly purple eyes. Slowly, she reaches a hand down to pet the animal, and it nuzzles into her palm, body vibrating with something like a kitten's purr. Any tension she felt before melts out of her body as she realizes the packaging was not lying. She put the pet in an environment that was comforting, sweet, happy, a piece of childlike joy, and it had become the living embodiment of those things. For a brief moment, she wonders how she'll explain this new addition to the household, what she'll need to feed it, and what her mom will say. But then her new best friend chirps happily again, and all she can think is, this is going to be an amazing summer. Things worked out very well for the girl. Meanwhile, other families across town were screaming in horror as a tiny fire-breathing creature set their drapes ablaze, and another slowly dropped down from the ceiling on a silvery thread, blending into the shadows. This girl was not the only child to bring home one of these miraculous pets and hatch it in her home, and other children were much less careful about where they put the eggs. Of course, the children weren't to blame here. The blame lay with whoever was behind the design and widespread release of these odd little animals, also known as SCP-1550. SCP-1550 is a species of artificially synthesized creatures of unknown classification who are highly adaptable to any given environment.
It just kept
Their
getting
larvae
worse.
will develop, grow, and change to fit whatever setting their eggs are placed in. Though adult specimens vary greatly in appearance, they all have markings on their underbelly that read, a Dr. Wondertainment trademark. Because of their highly adaptable nature, it is uncertain exactly what the original form of these creatures might look like. SCP-1550 eggs are 1 centimeter long, beige in color, and stored in airtight plastic packaging that prevents them from hatching until they are exposed to the outside air. The SCP Foundation first discovered SCP-1550 after a collection of bizarre cardboard packages were found in the exotic pets section of a pet store. None of the workers had ever seen these packages before and had never even heard of SCP-1550 prior to being asked about it. The packages were brought into containment immediately and were found to each contain 6 SCP-1550 eggs in airtight containers.
What if you
The original
open all
packaging
6
also
at the same
contained an
time?
instruction leaflet, which I've managed to get my hands on a copy of. It reads, "Hey kids, your parents aren't letting you get a dog or cat? Don't fret, buy a Dr. Wondertainment custom pet. A Dr. Wondertainment's custom pet is far superior to an ordinary and boring cat or dog due to their original Adapto Eggs packaging, a Dr. Wondertainment invention. Just leave your custom pet Adapto Eggs around the house, and when they hatch, they'll fit right in. Perfect for apartments. To get
Perfect!
your very own custom pets is easy, kids. Just put an egg in your house and break the plastic seal to give your new pet some air so it can hatch. Your new pet will be perfect for where you live, wherever you live. If your new custom pet seems lonely, just add another Adapto egg and get him a new friend. Dr. Wondertainment is not responsible for injuries or death caused by this or any other product.
Or death.
Wondertainment custom pets are shipped out prefixed. Who exactly is this Dr. Wondertainment? A person? A corporation? A highly intelligent octopus with a penchant for toy design? The identity of the force behind the trademark is undetermined, but whatever Dr. Wondertainment is, one thing is certain. The toys they create are highly unusual. Dozens of Wondertainment's creations have been contained by the SCP Foundation, including SCP-2855,
That's just a human.
SCP-2396,
That's just not a human.
and SCP-111.
That's a snail!
They range from useful to whimsical to downright destructive, and the motives behind each invention are currently unknown.
Smash, smash,
SCP-1550
smash.
is just one in a long
Look, it's
line
a
of
snail.
anomalous
I
toys
said what
from
I
the Chivalry
said.
toy maker. And so, like they have with so many other Wondertainment products, the research staff at the Foundation decided to perform some exploratory tests on these supposed custom pets. First, one
This snail is
SCP-1550 egg
dangerous.
was placed
Did
in a
I
tank of
stutter?
seawater and left to hatch.
Smash!
When it did, it produced a specimen with gills all along its upper back, behind its eyes, an array of flat and broad tails it could use to swim efficiently. Further examination of the creature revealed that it excreted special mucus to protect its eyes from the salt water, and a swim bladder that was discovered during dissection. The skin of the creature was a mottled blue, giving it natural camouflage in its seawater environment. Next, the team decided to place an egg in fresh water and see what different adaptations were produced. A tank was filled with water from a river behind the testing site, and the egg was placed inside until it hatched. Interestingly, this specimen of SCP-1550 did not possess any gills, suggesting similar circumstances would not necessarily produce the same adaptations. Instead, this specimen had enlarged lungs and a thin, streamlined body for more efficient movement. Next, the team prepared a terrarium meant to simulate the ecosystem of a temperate forest and placed the next egg inside. When it hatched, it produced a specimen of SCP-1550 covered in a layer of brown fur, with a ridged underbelly resembling that of a snake. It also had a tail consisting of large tentacles. Along the ridged underbelly, there was a smooth patch of skin with the Dr. Wondertainment logo printed, like a tattoo. The team prepared a different terrarium that simulated a desert ecosystem and allowed an egg to hatch inside. The resulting specimen was cold-blooded, tan in color to blend in with the sand, and skilled at burrowing quickly to protect itself from outside stressors. It was also, notably, 1 centimeter larger than the previous specimens. The final terrarium was made to simulate the environment of an average urban apartment. The egg that hatched inside produced a creature with leathery skin and eyes placed similarly to those of a chameleon. The demeanor of the specimen was noticeably friendlier than its predecessors, and it acted more like a domesticated house pet than a wild animal. Its most impressive adaptation was its method of eating. Behind the specimen's jaw, there were strands of baleen like those found in whales, which allowed the creature to filter feed on dust and crumbs from the terrarium floor. After these experiments proved successful, the research team decided to test the eggs in more extreme environments. One egg was placed in a vat of molten iron. It promptly burst into flames and was completely destroyed. The head researcher responded, "Well, what did you expect to happen?" Which seems like a fair point. The next egg was placed inside a vacuum chamber, which was then depressurized. The egg promptly exploded, covering the inside of the chamber in an unidentifiable slime. These 2 less than successful experiments led the research team to the conclusion that SCP-1550 eggs cannot survive in conditions that would be uninhabitable for any other animal. There are limits to the creature's adaptability. But
surprisingly realistic, I guess. Reasonable SCP for once.
A vacuum chamber was filled with seawater, and an egg was placed inside. The chamber was then pressurized to 15,750 psi. This time, the egg was not destroyed, but instead was able to successfully hatch. The resulting SCP-1550 specimen bore a heavy resemblance to several deep-sea creatures, most notably the anglerfish. Like the anglerfish, the creature had a bioluminescent lure dangling from its forehead. It also had gills, dark gray-blue skin, flat and webbed fins, and enlarged eyes twice the size of those found on other specimens. Its teeth were sharp and ridged, similar to those of a shark. The head researcher made a note on this portion of the experiment log, asking, just what kind of child Dr. Wondertainment is trying to sell these things to that they could live in conditions where a creature like that could be kept as a pet. All adult specimens of SCP-1550 are kept in a sealed 5 meter by 5 meter terrarium, which simulates desert conditions. This terrarium is monitored via electronic surveillance, and each of the specimens is implanted with a tracking device. If one or more of the specimens escapes, the area is locked down until all of the creatures have been captured and placed back in their terrarium. All SCP-1550 eggs are kept in their packaging unless being used for testing. As the Foundation does not want the population of adult specimens to exceed 20 at any given time, excess specimens are terminated. Honestly, that makes me a little sad. I'd be happy to take them in if the research team can't keep them. But I digress.
It's like, I'm sorry,
Having
little
a pet
fish.
is a big responsibility.
Fucking
and some
killed
people
them.
just can't handle the risks and rewards that come with caring for an animal, especially one that can become an accidental
But was
weapon.
there any
if you're not
downside
careful.
to having it though?
If your child is begging you for a pet, maybe you should start them out with a goldfish first. A goldfish never burnt the house down, though I suppose
Like, did they
there's a first time
ever
for everything.
struggle?
I hope you enjoyed this anomaly, which was recommended by Dr. Bob Squad researcher, the Bee Quick.
Was there ever an
If you
issue
want
with
to
them?
assist
I
in
don't
recommending and choosing
understand.
future anomalies to be analyzed, you too
It's
can
a
join the
lottery,
Dr.
I
Bob
guess.
Squad by going to patreon.com/Dr. Bob. Now go and watch another entry
Right?
from the
I didn't
files
hear
of
any,
Dr.
like,
Bob,
actual
like
downside to, like,
SCP-693, Naughty Stalker.
when they
for
hatch,
more
they
looks
become
inside the
dangerous
nightmarish
and
toy box of
like the only
SCP
thing I said
Foundation.
is when they
And make
hatch
sure you
in like
subscribe and turn
a
on
home
notifications
environment, they
so you don't
become
miss a single
actually quite
anomaly
nice.
as we delve further and further into the SCP Foundation's classified archives.
I guess there's a fire-breathing one, yeah, but where the fuck did you hatch that one? The fucking oven? What did you breathe? Why did you hatch the fire-breathing one? That's just weird, bro. Some can be ugly. Is that the downside? some can end up being ugly. Like, no, I don't want mine to be ugly. Kill it. Ew. Bro, put him in a heater. So no Vaporeons. Stick in a microwave. Void Lily again? Yeah, shit, my bad. Hold up. The time? Oh, my bad, my bad. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Unstretched? No, I'm stretching. I am gonna head to bed. I am EPS rock. I had the longest day of waking up early, and I took my mom to the zoo. It's really fun. Got home and I streamed right away. I am fucking EP. So EP. So very EP. Is your lip better? It's pretty numb after talking this much. I'm hoping it will heal. It happened today. I'm hoping it will heal tomorrow, and tomorrow I'll have less of an issue talking, because this was really fucking annoying. This was really tiring, having to talk while just like constantly being in pain. Yeah, I'll hope that tomorrow I wake up, mouth things heal quickly, so I'll probably be fine. I love you, Chad. Have a good one. You're the best. And
Good
I'll
night
see
to
you
and
tomorrow.
your mom.
Thank you. My mom's already been asleep for like a couple hours at this point. She's an early riser. She wakes up at like 6 a.m. latest. So yeah. But she's really low maintenance. She just takes care of herself while I eat. I made it very clear that I won't be waking up till like
Thank
9,
you
10
for sharing your
a.m.
time with us.
Thank
it is
you.
always a pleasure to be with you and everyone else. Feel better and see you soon.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you, chat. I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully again. Hopefully this tongue thing doesn't get worse and get infected. I'm bit down hard. Hopefully this doesn't get worse, because it's not really been getting better. Alright, chat. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Be nice to next. See you.
Haruka. I will cosplay as Haruka. In terms of the bet,